everyone. Good morning. This is Anna Kadabers with UC Cooperative Extension San Diego. It's really great to see everyone logging on today. I hope we're going to have a great webinar. This is the Oak Woodland Restoration and GSOB Management Workshop. It's a two-part workshop. The first part is happening right now as a webinar. The second part is a week from today in the Orange County area. It'll be a field site visit. And we're going to be visiting with some of the speakers that we're talking with today and seeing some of the restoration work and GSOB management and monitoring in action. So really looking forward to that. If you have any questions about that, please email me at ajnabors@ucanr.edu. I'm putting my email in the chat right now. And it was meant to be Jan Gonzalez, our program director, moderating the workshop, but I think she's having a little bit of connectivity issues. So I'll be announcing at least the first speaker. Hopefully we'll be able to get Jan on here in just a second. So our first speaker is Tom Scott, and he will be talking to us about the importance of oak woodlands, their role in the state of California, ecosystems and landscapes, and just a little bit of background. So Tom, if you would share your screen, I think we're ready to get started. Oh, and just a little bit more housekeeping. If you have any questions, please put them in that Q&A box that's in the bar on the bottom of your screen. I'll be monitoring that chat throughout the webinar. And if you have any questions of an admin nature, please put them in the regular chat box. And I think that's it. So Tom, if you would.
Good morning. I'm going to give you sort of a natural history overview of oaks in the context of GSOB management. It's a delicate task because I don't want to step on any of the toes of the other speakers. And so I'm going to try to be giving you a general point, and I can go into more details with questions, but you may be wanting to refer a lot of your questions to the speakers who will follow. So with that, I'm going to preamble my talk by talking about what a magnificent region that we live in. And the best way for me to do this is an example of two bird species. I know it's out of context for GSOB, but if you look up in the upper right-hand corner, you see a red-breasted nuthatch. Now that bird species goes all the way as far north as there are trees in North America, and it finds its southern terminus in the San Jacinto Mountains. Now, just 10 kilometers from where that bird nests, you find vermilion flycatchers. Vermilion flycatchers go from basically California all the way down to the Galapagos on the equator. So over a 10-kilometer span, we travel from as far as north as there are trees to the equator. To do that in any other part of the country takes hundreds of kilometers. In fact, in the Midwest, you have to go from Corpus Christi up to Duluth, which means you're going to go 2,400 kilometers. So what we do over 10 kilometers, the rest of the country is doing over hundreds. So we have this amazing mix of complexity and habitat. And so every time you stop and think, well, there's too much smog, gee, I'd like to move to Colorado, whatever those thoughts that come to mind, this is the place that you would be leaving. So on to natural history. I'm going to kind of focus on management aspects of natural history, which means pretty much talking about Mediterranean precipitation and our summer droughts, and then what are the consequences of that. If you look at California's rainfall, north to south, that gets more down to less. The blue areas in this picture are coniferous forest. The yellow and orange areas are desert and scrub areas, and the green areas are pretty much where our oaks occur. So that's kind of an interesting model to start with, but gee, it's not all that interesting. But to me, what really becomes interesting is our summer drought. If you look in that blue area I was talking about, you have an enormous amount of rainfall in the wintertime. And then this Mediterranean summer drought is very short. And if you look at evapotranspiration, there's only about 4 months out of the year where you have the ability to draw more water out of the system than is actually coming in. By the way, this is inches on this rainfall and then months of the year. So in this system, you have this enormous capacity and it's wet most of the time. By the time you get down to oak woodlands and San Luis Obispo, it's pretty much matched. The amount of water coming into the system, the amount of water that could potentially leave are about equal, but there is this time of 7 months out of 12, when you have more potential to pull water out of the system than water that's actually coming in. So trees have to deal with this. When you get down to Descanso, sort of the epicenter of GSOB, you actually have 9 months. And in this case, you no longer have an equality here. There's far more capacity to pull water out of the system than water that comes in. And when you get to Riverside, where there are still oak trees, there literally is not a single month of the year when you don't have more ability to pull water out than water coming in. So our oak trees basically have to deal with this environment where there's much more water that can come out of them than water that can possibly come in. So the question is, how do you deal with this kind of a problem? Now, just to reinforce this, in Riverside, you can pull out on average about 35 inches, the equivalent of 35 inches, and only about 10 inches of rain falls. So you have to look for places where this water is going to be concentrated for oaks to be able to grow. Why is this important? Why is this Mediterranean summer drought issue important for GSOB? Basically, our oaks separated from the rest of the oaks in North America about 35 million years ago. And the oaks that you find where GSOB occurs are in a summer rainfall system. Our system with this winter rainfall means that we have this summer drought. And so when you combine that with when should the beetles come out? Well, in Bisbee, Arizona, they should come out right about the time you get the monsoon rains. So the trees are not necessarily in as much stress as our trees, where in the summertime, they're at the greatest amount of stress that they could possibly get for the year. So this is a very bad thing if you're talking about trees that have an evolutionary resistance to this problem, and also the fact that the trees in California have no resistance and they're hit at the very worst time of year to have this GSOB damage. So that's why you end up seeing these amazing amounts of GSOB occurring in our oak trees, and just an absence of response in a lot of cases to the amount of damage. Like this kind of damage is not something that you see in any part of GSOB's range, natural range, compared to the range in California. So back to the idea of this summer drought. How do you deal with summer drought? In general, our trees deal with summer drought by putting in very deep root systems that get down to reliable water. This is a picture of an area where the root system has been exposed by a scouring flood. And you can see that the roots are actually 14 meters away from the trunk and 10 meters down into the ground to reach this reliable, saturated area of water, which is at the bottom of a drainage in the San Imagio Mountains. That's a great system for these trees to get water, but as a GSOB issue, you have an enormous amount of roots traveling this very long distance, going up into a canopy, which is very large, and the only place they're going to do that is through the single stem of the tree. That means that if GSOB attacks that point, we have a greater opportunity for mortality than if we had a shrub, which might have a lot more branches and smaller diameters. So not only do we have to worry about the seasonal drought, but inter-year rainfall is actually quite variable as well. And in fact, if you look at this graph, this shows 3 places in GSOB's homeland in California. And you can see this enormous amount of variation that occurs year to year. It turns out that when you have this variation, you can go from El Nino years saturating a system to having our groundwater gradually drop. These are well data. This would be basically the surface and how far below the surface is that groundwater. And it drops every year until we get another rainfall year. So imagine this is like a bank account. It recharges in good years, gradually dissipates and gets lower and lower and lower until it's recharged again in another El Nino year. This is another problem that our Mediterranean oaks have to deal with. But it is the case that this is our system. We are always going to have years of low rainfall, years of drought, and then years of El Nino. And this has happened for time immemorial in California's system. It may be a little drier right now, perhaps because of a cycle we're in, perhaps because, unfortunately, of global warming. But if you look back in time, what you see is in our standing age structure of trees, if you look at how old trees are and how many trees recruit at different times, basically you see these peaks of recruitment and these troughs of recruitment. So if you kind of imagine that graph I just showed you superimposed over this picture, these points where we get a lot of trees standing in the landscape at a certain age, they were all recruited during El Nino years. In times when we would expect more trees in our age distribution, if they're missing, it's because that year that those trees recruited was a drought year, so you have fewer trees recruiting. And this has been the nature of oak recruitment for a very long time. So when times are good, oaks are basically our beautiful weed. And in fact, when I started this job, if someone had told me that I would be talking about how significant management issues were for coast live oak, I would have said, how could this possibly have happened? Well, it happened because of GSOB. Without GSOB, we have a remarkable ability for this oak tree to recover. Here you see coast live oak trees. All the blue circles are recruited oaks that came in during this period of good rainfall from 1990 to about 1998. And you can see these trees as small trees in this picture in 2003. If you go forward in time to the worst drought period, these trees recruited when there were good rainfall, and yet 75% of them were able to hold on when we went through one of the worst droughts of the last century. So this gives you the sense that oaks can really recruit and really can recover during these periods of good rainfall. That would make it sound like Adrian's job is really simple, recruiting oak trees, if he just has to wait until these good periods of time occur. But they don't occur very often, and they're not occurring at a rate which will help us recover from something like GSOB. So the job is actually much more difficult. Moving on now to the trees themselves. People talk about oak trees living for 100 years and dying for 100 years, and that's a pretty good model. But what you can imagine is that there's a period of time when you have an acorn that's just starting to grow. It goes through this rapid time of growth to join the canopy as a sapling. Then it becomes a member of the canopy for a long period of time. And then at some point it maxes out of the resources that are available to it. And it gets to a point where it can no longer outgrow problems. And then we see its mortality. So, time of death, time of stasis, time of rapid growth, and all taking place over a very long period of time. Another really interesting thing, just to throw in, there's a reproductive threshold in biomass, not an age, but biomass of oaks. And this point occurs in about 20 years in a natural stand. In a place that's getting really good water, though, you build up the biomass quickly, you can get into the reproductive biomass size after about 5 years. So we can have a lot of recruitment for a very long period with oaks. And that's why it's not necessarily bad that you don't see seedlings at any given location at any given time. Now, what happens when trees get attacked? Well, if you were a conifer, basically you get to this point where you're attacked and either you survive the attack and die, or you keep growing. In the case of oaks, there sometimes is a long period of time before they actually die, and other times short, but still over a period of years. And the most intriguing thing about oaks is when they lose biomass, you can actually see that they can recover that biomass and get back to their original size. So their ability to regenerate tissue is one of those ways you deal with this really highly variable rainfall. And in places like the desert, where you have Cornelius mulleri as one of the primary species, you can have plants that actually, sort of change the amount of biomass they have to fit the period of time and the amount of rainfall at a given point in time, so that they can change biomass to match the resources that are available to them. So what happens when we get to this end of the period of life of these trees, where they start getting thinner and thinner rings because there's less and less ability to grow? They've run out of water, light, nutrients, any combination of those things. You see that the rings get much thinner until they're almost, you can't even see the difference between one ring and another in these places. So when we have GSOB, now instead of GSOB attacking perhaps the thicker ring of a younger tree, in this case, you can have one gallery of a GSOB going through 3 or 4 years of the tree's cambium. And as these trees get over, this is another example, so to put back into this idea of the growth of the tree, when you get to this point and the rings get thinner and thinner, this is an area where there's a great deal of jeopardy for damage. If you damage this oak ring, it's got all of this structural wood to basically protect it. So GSOB damaging something here won't even get to these vessels. However, when you get to this point, you're going to start seeing them etch into vessels. Not only did they do this, but next year, when you go to regenerate the next ring, any place where GSOB is passed is a place that won't be regenerating new cells. So what this means, translated into the whole tree again, is that young trees have very little standing biomass, but if it's challenged by damage or GSOB, there's a lot of capacity in a given year for new tissue to grow. As the tree gets older, it has more tissue to kind of defend and less ability to grow. And let's face it, they can't get up and walk away. If you're in an elevator and someone is coughing with COVID, you can get off on the next floor and move away from this hazard. Oaks can't do this. The only way they can get away from a problem is to outgrow it. As they get larger, they can't outgrow it. And this is one of the reasons why really large trees are attacked more successfully by GSOB than very young trees. So, and ultimately, these trees are attacked by an enormous number of pathogens and pests. And this is an otherwise healthy tree on the outside, but inside you can see that everything from the inside heart root out to the cankers that are growing in the bark and all of the Western oak bark beetle that are growing in there. This tree is basically fighting off an awful lot of problems. And that's kind of the final straw that happens to our oaks. So getting back to this idea of this damage and GSOB, when you have trees that get old, GSOB etches actually into the rings and damages the vascular flow. So you can have a tree killed in a single year. Even when GSOB does not cause extensive damage, sorry, the bark is removed on this image, you can still see that there are places where the cambium has been damaged. So next year, there isn't as much live tissue growth, and the live tissue growth has to fill in these bad spots. So that's a whole lot of talk about water and structure and rings and the life history. Now let's move on to more of a population sort of issue. There are two things that I think we need to consider in the natural history of oaks. One is contagion, and the other is amplification of an outbreak, GSOB or any other kind of outbreak that might affect oaks. Now, one of the things that we found through experience with GSOB is that when you have contiguous oak woodlands, that is where oak canopies are touching, that you get a much higher risk of mortality and generally more rapid spread of GSOB compared to a sort of more of a gallery situation where you have big open spaces, places where the trees aren't all linked together. These areas tend to have a much slower rate of GSOB outbreak. And that's sort of translated down here. Although I'm going to talk about these graphs a little bit later, the steepness of the slope in these graphs tells you how quickly and how many trees were being killed. So the ideal for us is to have something like the Rudnick property, where you have a really gradual rate that doesn't exactly match natural mortality, but is tipping down to that point. Or Cameron Corners, where the trees are so widely dispersed that GSOB is practically invisible to this population. On the other hand, you can have really steep areas of mortality where you can lose 250 trees in 4 or 5 years down in Lyons Valley, where all the trees are contiguous. So the problem in terms of getting back to this idea of how do trees successfully survive and thrive in areas that don't have a lot of rainfall is that they concentrate in the bottoms of canyons. So you get a lot of single species coast live oak, closed canopy woodlands. And basically what happens when GSOB arrives in these places, it's catastrophic. And this is only basically 3 years of GSOB, and already you're seeing like a 20% canopy mortality and even a higher number of trees attacked. So having a closed canopy woodland turns out to be one of the worst scenarios for having a woodland that you're trying to protect when GSOB attacks. Now, The next part of contagion involves how old are the trees, and are the trees all sort of a uniform aged stand? And for that, if you go back to Southern California in the 1920s, you've looked at a long period of disturbance that occurred in just a remarkable way. In San Diego County, there were people that put in orchards, they overused the landscape for cattle, they dry farmed, they tried all these experiments. There wasn't enough water and they basically failed. If you look at these places, basically 70 years later, you find that a lot of these trees have actually come back, but they've kind of come back at the same time. And in a non-natural situation, you get a lot of trees that are all about the same age, same size. And so that's what we're looking at with an awful lot of our oak woodlands in California now. The other part of this is we love oaks to death. And when we have an oak woodland that becomes a rural community, we often see that there's an awful lot of tendency to stop recruitment of new oaks and to favor the largest specimens. So we take this synchrony that already exists and we make it even more stabilized by having a lot of really big trees in people's yards, which I've talked about before. These are trees that are at that end of life and they're going to live for a long time without some kind of damage occurring. But when something like a GSOB or other damaging factor comes in, it can really create a lot of problems. So that's talking about contagion. And now the other part of this issue of having rapid outbreaks of GSOB is that we have amplification. Amplification is where, for some reason, a tree in the woodland basically becomes a beetle factory and it produces an enormous number of beetles. Now, this is a sort of a typical situation where you have a GSOB outbreak in Orange County, and in a dry year, you can get up to 200 exit holes. Basically, you're talking about maybe 3.3 beetles per square foot. This is quite a few, and this is enough to basically cause the tree to decline over 3 or 4 years and die. And you can have a lot of trees doing this, and we call that a very significant outbreak. But there are other places, such as in Green Valley, where the LA County Fire felled a tree, and we looked at the number of beetles, and we found 36 beetles per square foot of bark surface. So you imagine that that's like 3,000 beetles over the surface of this tree. Compare that to the adjacent trees, which may only have 15 or 16 beetles in any given year. So this is a tree that basically is amplifying the problem that we have in this woodland. If you remove this tree, you're removing a tremendous number of the adult beetles that might be emerging in any given year. So in Idlewild, we found an even bigger tree, which only had 20 beetles per square foot, but it turned out to be about 8,000 beetles in this tree if you calculate the entire surface of the bark that was infested by GSOB. That's a huge number of beetles, considering the next tree over only had about 10 beetles in it. And so that you can imagine these trees can really cause an attack or an outbreak to rapidly increase. So can we identify these amplifying trees? We can, but you usually have to actually cut into the trees to know for certain. Exit holes are not a strong predictor of whether a tree is an amplifying tree or not. Do we know what causes these higher densities of these individual trees? No, we don't. We don't know whether it's GSOB for some reasons concentrating, and we also don't know that it might not be something in the oak's condition, which is then relayed to the beetles, to the gravid females who are looking for a place to lay their eggs. The question is, should you worry about these beetles, these amplifying trees? And the answer is yes, you really need to worry about amplifying trees when we talk about managing individual woodlands. So those are the two things that increase these slopes. Again, we're aiming to get somewhere between this property's rate of increase, which is relatively slow, and this non-existent rate of increase, which is a place that sparse trees, where trees aren't attacked. What we don't want to see is where you lose 100 trees over 2 years. And this is one of the things that happened in the original outbreak area when we had a really dry year, a really dry set of 5 years, actually. And that's where management comes down to. So yeah, the situation is really bad. we're going to lose hundreds of thousands of trees, wildlife habitat. There's millions of dollars of remediation. And literally, it's going to be billions of dollars of property damage. And so this is horrible. There's no other way to put a good light on it, except that I want to leave you guys with two sort of hopeful messages. One is that coast live oak hybrids, when they cross with interior live oak, appear to have some resistance to GSOB. We're trying to figure out the extent of this and where it happens and what it means, but it is the case that these trees aren't victims. They've been around for 15 million years, and then there are ways that the trees are finding to survive this GSOB outbreak, this GSOB problem. The other thing is that, you know, even after 20 years, after losing 60% of the individual trees and 70% of the total canopies, there are still oak woodlands there in places like Descanso and places that really have been heavily hit. It's true we've lost all the largest diameter trees, but there are still trees increasing in biomass, you know, accumulating carbon. There are still trees that are masting so that it still is an oak woodland. It is smaller in stature, and it's maybe not as many trees as there were at the time, but perhaps in some cases that's not necessarily bad. And so the point is that I used to say this is the biggest change that's occurred to coast live oak since the Pleistocene. I think I might have to take that back a little bit, because the land that's held by oaks is still held by oaks. It is a different kind of resource. And so in that sense, it is probably the biggest change since the Pleistocene, but it's not the end of the world. So, and I've always put this slide up to show you this enormous number of people. I should update it because we have a lot more help from the RCDs now. I'm sorry I didn't do that, but the point is that there's an awful lot of people working on this, an awful lot of places that you can contact for help. Every place from the national agencies like the Forest Service down to county-based agencies like the RCDs. And the University of California has a deep commitment to this, and you're going to see that in the presentations that happen later today. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. That's Tom Scott, the Natural Resources and Wildlife Specialist with UC Cooperative Extension out of UC Riverside. If there are any questions, oh, there's a question here. Nathan Liu asks, what is the ideal density / canopy coverage that oak woodland should be managed as?
Oh boy. Well, what's the ideal height of a spouse? I don't mean to trivialize your question. The point is that you want to have a standing age structure that basically is reproducing itself. And so in that sense, every oak woodland at some point in its history will go through a period of time where it's too dense, other times when there's room for more trees to grow. So I guess there really isn't any. What I would watch for is if you're trying to thin an oak stand, you know, the trees have basically decided how many of them should be there and at what density. So I think the question might be more of, should you be removing trees if they're starting to be attacked by GSOB? And by thinning out the woodland, do you eventually get to a point where the beetles have a harder time finding each other and there's not as much of an outbreak taking place? So I guess I'm going to give you the dumb look on that one. I don't think there is a stand, but you could probably eventually come to something like this by looking at the amount of rainfall that occurs in an area, where the trees are, is there water concentrating in those areas, and go from there. But I can't give you a lot of guidance because I guess the cost of being wrong is tremendous. If you remove too many trees and you basically don't get the results you want, then you've lost an awful lot of carbon, awful lot of biomass.
Looks like we have time for one more question. Chris, and then Tom, if you'd like to answer the other text questions in the text of the Q&A box, they'll be posted online afterwards. Okay. So one more question live. Chris Viveros asks, how effective will replanting of oaks lost from GSOB be?
Well, I think it will be effective. You're going to hear Adrian and other people talk about how difficult it is to actually recover an oak woodland based on doing restoration. But it's a worthwhile exercise. And I think the thing you have to expect is there's going to be an awful lot of trees when you plant them that aren't going to make it. But it only takes one seedling for every oak tree if you can get that seedling into being a sapling and then up into the canopy. So I think it is possible to do. It's difficult, but it's really worthwhile.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So there's a few more questions for Tom Scott. If you want to just click on the Q&A on the bar at the bottom of your screen, and you can type the answers, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much, Tom. So our next speaker is Rosi Dagit. She's the senior conservation biologist with the RCD of the Santa Monica Mountains, and she'll be talking about oak woodland restoration today. So Rosi, take it away.
Here we go. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see such a large group here to talk about oak restoration and how we can handle this with GSOB. So what I'd like to start with today is thinking about how we have a very limited pot of money to do restoration. How do we think about where we're going to get the most bang for our buck? And before I start, Tom always says thank you at the end, but I like to say thank you at the beginning to acknowledge all the many people who have really helped with the information that I'm going to share with you today. It's been a labor of love over many years for many people. And I'd particularly like to call out the NASA Develop Project team at JPL. This is a program that's designed to give recent undergraduates a chance to work on a remote sensing project and do it with the best of the best. And so because we had their help, I'm actually able to provide some really interesting thoughts for you to think about today. But let's start with, why are we doing this? I think Tom pointed out that these recruitment pulses that are the typical pattern for oak woodlands haven't been working so well. And we haven't had a pulse of recruitment really in the past 10 or so years. And if we want to maintain trees into the future, it looks like we're going to have to do some supportive work to make that happen. And so I think it's important to sort of take a step back as we're thinking about restoration projects and where we want to focus our efforts, that why we think oaks are so critical. And Tom touched on this a bit, but I think it's really worthwhile to recognize how many different organisms are completely tied to the presence of oaks on the landscape. And while you may consider a coast live oak a weedy tree in the sense that it's available everywhere, and it grows pretty well where it grows, the other problem is that it's important because there's so many other plants, animals that are relying and tied to the presence of these trees. So if we lose them, we lose a lot. And the other piece of that puzzle is the connectivity and corridors aspect of it, because our trees create linkages over large areas of landscape, tens of hundreds of kilometers. And this supports the movement and migration of a lot of other species. So if we break up the connectivity and we lose oaks that way, we're really setting ourselves up for some problems. And what I think is really interesting is that our ability to think about why oaks are important to us, for those of us who are arborists or biologists, that's kind of a dumb question. It's sort of like the old, thing of, why are butterflies important? Well, the answer is, why are you important? Well, they're all pieces of the puzzle, but we have advanced significantly in our understanding of how many ecosystem services oaks provide us and how important those ecosystem services are to the quality of life for everyone. So I think that having those kinds of background thoughts to think about where do we want to put our trees is really important. And what was interesting to me is that we started a project in 2017 to look at the impact of invasive shot-hole borer in the Santa Monica Mountains, because we, thank goodness, do not yet have GSOB. And what caught the attention of our partners at the National Park Service and state parks, but particularly with the county, was that when you calculate how much benefit our oaks are providing, and you look at what would happen if we remove them from the landscape, you're talking about literally billions of dollars a year of costs that we're going to have to spend on moderating temperature, moderating stormwater runoff, dealing with carbon sequestration that we're not spending now because we have oaks doing that work for us. So after we pointed that out, the county came back to us and said, all right, how do we think about where do we want to plant oaks, and how do we prioritize these things so that we meet the goal of maintaining our native tree. They didn't limit it just to oaks. They also were interested in native riparian woodlands. But how do we think about where do we put them, and how do we do that in the best way? And the starting point for all of this is to know where your trees are now. And even though those are an expression of what the growing conditions were in the past and are probably not indicative of what a tree planted today is going to face as it grows for the next 100 years, they're still helpful because they provide guidance. And so what we wanted to think about is, how do we analyze a large spatial landscape area to figure out where we might, under potential climate change scenarios, where would we get the most bang for our buck for planting? And the second part of that question is, how do we plant in such a way that we get those trees past that very vulnerable seedling sapling stage where they're really susceptible to loss from drought, to get them to the point where they're established enough that they'll survive 100 years into the future? And last but not least, are there any environmental considerations that we should be thinking about that would help us select locations where we have the best chance of making this happen? So Tom Scott and many others were on a team that we pulled together to really think about how to do this. And the main guidelines that we came up with, which I think are really important to consider, are how do you create redundancy in buffers? How do you generate mixed stage stands? Because as Tom pointed out, most of what we're seeing now are mature to senescing woodlands. And how could we take advantage of these droughts, wildfires, pest outbreaks to really think about where could we get the most bang for our buck to promote diverse age classes and genetic diversity? And of course, last but not least, how do we keep everything connected? So we came up with 3 categories of landscape conditions. And that includes habitat that we anticipate will remain suitable to support the growth of our trees for 100 years into the future. Habitat that is no longer going to be suitable because of changes in drainage or drought or, and many of different things. And how do we think about supporting the trees that live there and connect them into places where they could survive into the future? And really interesting was, what are the habitat areas that we anticipate would become suitable in the future, but are not suitable right now, potentially? And so thinking about these questions as, you know, how do we take this from theory to putting it on the landscape? And that's where NASA and their team came in, because they have these tremendous remote sensing tools that were able to, with a lot of effort, be modeled and used to give us a better sense of where things are spatially on the landscape now in a big picture way. And what was really interesting about this to me is that because we had set up some 44 plots, 25-meter plots with trees scattered throughout, what you see in this image is the outline of the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, which covers national parks, state parks, land, unincorporated county, and pretty much private landscape all the way through the western Santa Monica Mountains. And by looking at this, we could say, okay, where are the locations now? And where could the locations be in the future? And they used artificial intelligence and machine learning to train the computer to look at the actual data that we had from trees that we had a GPS coordinate for. And we could say, okay, that tree is in great shape, this tree is in horrible shape. And they then extrapolated that across the whole landscape. And what you can see, as Tom pointed out also, is that coast live oaks are tolerant of a lot of places. And we have a lot of room to expand their presence in our landscapes. The purple is where we now have coast live oaks. The dark green is where there's a high probability that the conditions at those locations would be suitable to support oak woodlands into the future, even in the worst case IPCC climate scenario. And so, like Tom, I find that very hopeful. But it also means that we have to start thinking big picture and think about how do we take this information and translate it into on-the-ground actions that will allow us to increase connectivity and support places where trees are dying. And where can we tie that into improving wildfire recovery and safety? Because of course, after the Santa Monica Mountains was burned so heavily in the 2018 Woolsey fire, everybody's first response is, okay, we got to do something. What do we do? Where do we do it? And so this is an opportunity to help direct that energy in a positive way that's going to last for a long time. And last but not least, I think it's really important as we go forward, and we don't quite have the best tools yet to do this, but they're coming online more and more, is to think strategically about where do we want to try to sequester carbon and how can we maximize the opportunities for doing that. And so all of these restoration projects that all of us are trying to do kind of tie in to all of these issues. And I think it's really helpful for us to think about where do we want to plant? Why do we want to plant? How we want to plant? And what we want to plant? And to do that in a very intentional way. And I raised on this slide the issue of assisted migration. And this is a very controversial subject. And there's a lot of ifs and thens and buts and that's. But I do think that really what we need to start doing is using our current restoration planting efforts to begin to try to answer some of these questions so that we can think about how do we want to strategically select tree acorns? From which trees do we want to collect them? And do we have some different species that we think might be more tolerant into the future that we want to consider mixing and matching? And how do we document this in such a way that we do no harm and that we don't cause impacts that we are unintending? So that gets us to what do we plant? And what we've been doing in the Santa Monica Mountains is we've been prioritizing selection of acorns from trees that are already in very stressed condition or stressed locations where drought and groundwater table subsidence are causing potential issues. And by selecting trees acorns from trees that we think are pretty strong, we're hoping that we might get, more survival rate into the future. And I do want to call out Victoria Sork's work on valley oaks, because she's done some really interesting garden trials looking at survival. And each species of oaks, I think, is going to have its own story to tell here. But we haven't even begun really thinking about how do we document where our seeds are coming from for a restoration project, and are they surviving better or not? So these future research questions are something I wanted to put out there for you guys to consider as you're thinking about designing your restoration projects, because we all have the opportunity to contribute to this future knowledge and help us do this job better as we go forward. So with that, I just want to sort of slip into a little case study where we try to apply some of these questions that we've raised about priority planting. And this is a location in Topanga State Park, which is in the central Santa Monica Mountains, where we have an oak woodland on a north slope. And between 2012 and 2017, 12 acres of almost contiguous woodland just was decimated. And what's fascinating about this is that it was not a non-native invasive tree pest that we documented. It was in fact Western oak bark beetle, which is a native beetle that has co-evolved with oaks over millennia. So what's different about the interaction between Western oak bark beetle now with oaks under these drought conditions? They were not known or considered to be causes of oak mortality. They were considered to be secondary pests. And the other thing I want to point out here is, please notice that the understory here is wild rye. And this has been a very interesting confounding issue, because wild rye is usually considered to be an indicator species for a very close to the surface water table. So if the drought hit and dropped the water table sufficiently that the trees were having problems, which caused them to be susceptible to the Western oak bark beetle, why is the wild rye doing so well? So the site from an aerial view, just to kind of give you an idea, every white dot is where we have planted an oak tree. And what we were trying to do is select areas along the edges of existing canopies, because that gives the trees a little bit of shade. It also maximizes the opportunity for some mycorrhizal interaction with existing tree roots. And we wanted to try to fill in some of the holes that were created when we lost this 12 acres of oak woodland. And so these are the trails within the state park. The blue dot is where we have a fire hydrant. And in order to get these trees established, since 2020, it's been very, very dry. So we actually run a hose from the fire hydrant, 2,000 linear feet. It's 2,100-foot hoses that we hook together up a hill that's an elevation. The difference in elevation from here to here is about 200 feet vertically. So we run this hose up so that we could get these trees going. One of the reasons why these trees were considered priority is because just off the side of the image are a number of houses. This is a location that is where the state park is immediately adjacent to private property. And so one of our key considerations was to restore oak woodland canopy to catch embers, because our wildfire Santa Anas blow this direction. So having this intact oak woodland adjacent to private property was an opportunity for us to really look at, do the trees collect embers? Can they reduce the wildfire risk? So there were a number of factors that went into selecting this particular location. But it takes an army of volunteers, because who gets a lot of money to plant oaks? We had our total budget for planting 300 trees was $40,000 for 4 years. So that's $10,000 a year. And that has to cover everything. So without having an army of volunteers, we wouldn't be able to do this. But the other important thing is that by having this army of volunteers, we have created a network of oak stewards that's become really a very strong, supportive group. And as our funding has whittled down, and we're still trying to get our trees that were planted in 2020, as you see on the left, to look like the trees that are on the right, which takes, as Tom pointed out, between 10 and 20 years. How are we going to do that when our funds run dry, which they're going to do in December of this year? So we have been very fortunate to work with an AmeriCorps California Conservation Corps program called the Watershed Stewards Program, which, if you don't know about it, it's fantastic. Look it up. They primarily are 44 young folks, most recent college graduates, who are deployed to different locations throughout the state of California. The RCD of the Santa Monica Mountains is the southernmost site. And their whole focus is on watershed restoration to support endangered salmonid species. And in the Santa Monica Mountains, we've got the southern steelhead trout that's been very, very threatened by all the changes in habitat and climate and this and that. So Rachel, who is actually now working for an RCD up in the Lake Tahoe area, came up with this idea of trying to get all the thousands of hikers that go to this park regularly to bring a little bit of extra water along with them so that they could just adopt a tree, pick a seedling that they want to nurture. And this has turned out to be a very popular, really successful project. And what we're hoping to do is, with our new oncoming watershed steward, Nate, who will arrive in October, is to start looking at the data that we've collected on these trees, where we're monitoring how much water they're getting from us, how much water they're getting from their adoptive parent, and whether the trees that have been adopted and are easily accessible along the trails are actually growing faster or better, becoming more established than the ones that are a little more challenging to find and are not getting as much love from the traveling general public. So stay tuned for that, because I don't have the answers yet. But I do think that by working together and pulling all the resources we can, focusing, this is a way that people can actually do something that makes a difference, that gives them the opportunity to feel like they can take an action in support of promoting the environment they love, the landscape they love in the face of climate change. So I really feel like this effort that we're doing, I've talked about it sort of from the bigger picture perspective, but this is a way we can give people a chance to grow hope. And I feel like that's our job here, is to not only look at all the scientific issues and the importance of learning how from our restorations, what's going to work best and how can we best make this all happen. But I think the equally important part of this is making sure that we keep outreach going so that we get more and more and more people involved. And these little girls have actually, this tree was planted in 2015. They were in 3rd grade and their class came back last year. And I'm sorry, I don't have the picture to show, but the tree's now as big as they are. And I can't even tell you how important that was for them. So with that, I'm going to stop and say thank you and ask if there are any questions that I can answer. My contact information is on the bottom of the screen. The Los Angeles County Priority Planting Plan is available on the RCD website. And we hope that the kinds of questions we asked set the stage for you guys to think of these kinds of questions as well and apply them to what works in your area. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rosie. That's a really really cool story to end on. Are there any questions for Rosie? Feel free to drop them right there in that Q&A box. That'll probably take folks a second.
So should I just start going down the list?
Sure, yeah.
Or
I
do you-
think no, please, by all means. I think Tom Scott was still typing a couple answers, but I think
I'm gonna
here's
jump down.
yeah, here's one. Neil Meyer asks, I have a large oak spawning many young trees. I've been doing some irrigating to encourage them. What is the desired density?
So as Tom said, there's no fast answer to that because it really depends on the conditions of the area. And I think Susan Simard's work that talks about how trees are really more collaborative than competitive, which has kind of been the way we've thought about them in the past, is a helpful construct. So I think you should just think about it. If this is in your yard, where do you want trees to be in 100 years? And support those volunteers that are in those locations. And if you need to cull some of the others, you know, that's sort of how it happens out in the natural world as well. So I don't know if that was helpful or not.
Here's two questions that are quite similar, so we can probably answer them at the same time. The first question by Neil Meyer is, what are the best irrigation practices for native oaks, especially in the summer? And the kind of the partner question to that is by Zach Anaya. Is there much research about the potential for overwatering young oak recruits?
So I don't know of any, that's an easy answer, the second one. I don't know of any research about overwatering because that never happens in my sites. My sites are all wildland sites where we're struggling, and our pattern has been to try to get 5 gallons of water per tree every 2 weeks during the summer. And we taper that off during the winter, assuming that we're going to get some rain. However, if the rains don't come, we go back and add 5 gallons of water at least every month. And that seems to be the minimum required to keep the trees alive and going. The trees that have been getting additional water from folks who've adopted them, those trees seem to be doing a lot better, actually. So if you can get more than 5 gallons every 2 weeks, that probably wouldn't be a bad idea, particularly when we have these extreme heat events where the evapotranspiration is just huge. So hopefully that answers that question.
Looks like we have time for a couple more questions, actually. An anonymous attendee asks, I see that you guys have used wire cages to protect seedlings. Have you tried those plastic tree tubes that create a microclimate?
Yes, we have. And we've tried the cocoons, which are the biodegradable ones. And we ended up always going, you know, after trying many different things, the tree tubes work if you are able to really monitor them closely. We found 2 problems with them. One is in some of our sites, the temperatures within the tree tubes, we had students from UCLA looking at that, got extremely intense. And we actually cooked a bunch of trees because it just got too hot. So I think that tree tubes can be useful if you've got enough shade and your temperatures are not getting too extreme, because they do cause a lot of condensation and capture some water and redirect it down to the thing. The other problem with the tree tubes is you have to make sure that you've got a netting on the top of them, because you can get birds and reptiles stuck in there, and then they cook, and that's not a good thing either. What we found with the wire cages is that they actually work the best, because we dig a hole, even when we're planting acorns, we plant them within wire cages, because we dig down and put the cage about a foot below the ground level, backfill it, and then plant. And what that has done is really protected the trees from one of our biggest problem pests, which are ground squirrels and rabbits that will go and eat everything if it's not in a cage. What was hilarious is that we found a couple deer that figured out how to pull the cage apart above ground so that they could get into the leaves. You know, that was a very, very hungry deer that was trying to move that cage, deal with that cage. But we do go back after the trees get established and we cut the cages out and remove them.
Oh, looks like we've got actually a couple more minutes. Mark Porter says, Rosie, you're a real asset to the public along with Tom Scott. Do you have YouTube videos we can share with our clients and the public? Adopt a baby oak is great.
Well, thank you for that, Mark. That's very sweet of you. You know, we do have a YouTube channel for the RCDSMM. And I am embarrassed to say that I don't know what all is on it. I am not very good with the social media stuff. That's not been my forte. So, but that's a really good idea. We should probably think about how we could beef that up. So thank you for that.
One more question, which I believe was for Tom Scott's talk, but since we do have just a minute here, we can answer that as well. An anonymous attendee asks, should we just plant white oaks instead or interior live oaks? I assume that's like instead of coast live oaks.
Well, I'm not on video right now, but I just have this feeling that we're talking about the $6 million forest now. You know, we can make the forest better than it was. It's hard to separate yourself from the idea that first do no harm. And if you substitute one species for another in a system that's had an integral number of interactions, you find that I think those locations suffer because we don't know what's going to happen when the oaks, the coast live oaks are missing and the white oaks are there. Also, we're talking about shot hole borer a little bit. White oaks are susceptible to shot hole borer, so you know, are you going to have to pick your poison? What are you going to try to manage for? If you're managing for shot hole borer, you probably don't want to be planting white oaks. If you're managing for GSOB, you don't want to plant coast live oaks. So I don't know. I guess I would sort of feel like just continuing to replicate what's there. In my talk, I didn't talk about this, but you know, the oaks are linked to the landscape in a way that they are at that location for eons. So replacing a species is really getting into uncharted territory.
Sounds great. Oh,
Time to add a quick thing to that.
yes, you do. We've got just 1 or 2 more minutes before Chris McDonald will start. So please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to disagree with Tom a little bit because I do think that while it's true that the landscapes and the oak distribution patterns are very closely tied, things are changing and the habitats on the landscape are changing as a result of groundwater subsidence, all kinds of other issues. And I really do think that I would not restrict my planting of coast live oaks in an area where there's either GSOB or shot hole borer, or any other oak species that, for that matter, because I think what's really important to note is that continuing those trees into the future is more important. And so restricting what we plant because we're concerned about a pest killing them, I think is kind of a self-defeating thing. And I would encourage us to think about, you know, how we strategically plant so that we reduce the potential impacts of those pests. Like as Tom pointed out, if we spread out the trees a little bit more rather than have them clustered in a tight canopy. So I don't think we should stop planting oaks. And in fact, I really emphatically think we still need to be planting oaks, even despite the threats of GSOB and shot hole borer.
Thanks so much, Tom and Rosie. I think we're ready to move on to the next talk. Our next speaker is Chris McDonald. He's the Inland and Desert Natural Resources Advisor with UC Cooperative Extension. Chris, if you're ready to start, then let's begin.
Thanks, Annika. All right, everything looking good, Annika?
Perfect.
Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about working with oak stewards. Oh, no. I should back up and say that best way to reach me is my email address. And I'm glad that I'm not overlapping too much with Tom and Rosie's talks, and it's definitely building on a lot of what they're talking about. This talk is really based on kind of two talks. One is based on my expertise as a plant restoration ecologist, but also just working with a lot of diverse partners in and around my job. But I am definitely not trained in environmental justice, so don't take this talk as anything that's gospel in that community. And so really I'm kind of squishing these two ideas together and can't give enough justice to either one of them. So it's really kind of a short version of how to restore oaks and how to work with diverse partners. Tom and Rosie both brought up that oaks are these slow growing creatures, and to be an oak is to grow for 100 years and to die for 100 years. And I think this is a really good place to think about how we need to frame our restoration activities and our land management activities around oaks, because we're not dealing with something that, like many of the sages, that will live about within our lifetime or less than our lifetime. We're working with species that will live past our lifetime and possibly even past our grandchildren's lifetime and occasionally past our grandchildren's grandchildren's lifetime. So we're really thinking on a scale that is hard to comprehend for a single human being. As we've mentioned already, there are a ton of threats to oaks. We have GSOB, we have the shot hole borers. There's 2 of them in Southern California. There's another one working its way in Central California. We have sudden oak death, which again is not in Southern California as I know of yet, but it could be working its way down. We, of course, have droughts. We've been talking about this a lot. The past 10 years, we've basically had 2 wet years out of 10. So we've been in a relatively long-term drought, which then leads to fires. We've had weeds, groundwater depletion, as Tom brought up, urban development, as Tom brought up, lack of or poor forest management, as Tom kind of hinted at a little bit, and there's many other issues going on with our oaks. And one of the things with these oaks, one of these things with these threats is that with several of these threats, if we are not actively protecting our oaks, some of them will die. And so some of the threats that are most significant to oaks and that require our efforts to avoid a large mortality is like Tom mentioned, is GSOB, but also the shot hole borers, fires in some areas, and as weeds as well are definitely a big problem for oak seedlings. And on top of that, doing nothing can make these problems worse. Tom brought out the excellent example of amplifier trees in GSOB. If we let those amplifier trees keep spreading thousands upon thousands of beetles per year while that tree is slowly dying over the course of several years, it then really allows that problem to spread. So even though we have to think on these really long time scales of centuries, if we are doing nothing, we can definitely make the problem worse. So sitting on our hands is definitely not part of the problem. There needs to be action for some of these problems. So I know we're all into the outdoors, and so with that, I know we know about many of these threats, and that's sometimes why we might be here today, is to learn about these threats. And I know that then leads to the question of how do we help these trees? What can we do about it? How can I be useful? And I want to point out that oak conservation is unlike the conservation for nearly all other plants on the landscape. For oak trees, the only way to really conserve oaks, or the only practical way to really conserve oaks, is to have healthy oak trees that are on the landscape. And this is for 2 reasons. One is because acorns cannot be stored in a seed bank. So unlike many other plant seeds that we could put in a freezer, oaks don't do very well. And the other is that oaks don't grow well from cuttings. There's many tree species where you can take a piece of the plant, or in the case of things like riparian willows, You can take a cutting, you can put it into wet soil, and you can come back and those cuttings will survive. Oak cuttings oaks do not grow well from cuttings. So I want to get into this a little bit more about acorns being perishable, because they are one of the rare plant seeds that do relatively quickly dry out. And so when an oak acorn dries out, it is not viable. So here's a graph, kind of mortality or germination percent and loss of moisture. And you can see as the oak seedlings dry out, they really start to lose their germination. And so if you're collecting acorns, or when you're collecting acorns in the fall, they need to be processed and planted in about 2 to 4 months. And that's if they're in cold storage. And acorns for restoration don't really store well beyond 6 months. And that's really, really pushing the envelope. Many other plant seeds can be stored for years just in a paper bag on a shelf, or in many cases in decades in a freezer, in a seed bank. But for oaks and acorns are perishable. Think of them as like ripe fruit, like peaches or apples. You can't store them for very long before they start to basically dry out and they lose it. So what this means for our oak restoration projects is that they must be on time. There is a seasonality to planning an oak project because acorns are perishable. I do want to now take a little bit of a step back and ask the question of when did we start getting into problems with all of these oaks? Before the colonization of California by Spaniards and Europeans, oaks were not under threat. Native American communities managed oaks for food, and acorns constituted an important source of the diet. And productive oak groves were well managed historically. We don't have any, if hardly any, records of oak groves in hundreds of years ago being poorly managed. It seems like these oak groves were doing really well until Europeans came. And part of the reasons for that is that they brought weeds from other continents, and many of our invasive annual grasses outcompete oak seedlings. Also brought livestock that love to eat oak seedlings, including cows, sheep, and horses. Europeans have disrupted the fire regime. The early settlers used oak wood for many intensive purposes, like building buildings, mining, agriculture, ranching, etc. And on top of that, we're still continuing to disrupt oak woodlands right now in Southern California. We still are altering the fire regime. We're still introducing new pests and diseases. There's still new weeds coming to Southern California. We're still diverting water out of areas where creeks normally had flow that went all the way to the ocean. And we're still building urban developments. And so on top of that, many of our outdoor conservation programs, or many of our outdoor education programs, historically and currently focus on an audience that is typically white. And on top of that, the leadership of most land management organizations is also white. There are relatively few people of color in leadership or on the board of directors of many of our land management nonprofits, or friends of, your local park organization. And on top of that, again, people of color and communities of color are more likely to live in areas with less access to nature preserves or similar outdoor spaces. And there's many reasons why this happens, but they're less involved in these natural area programs. And there's a lot of barriers that we need to overcome to help them get to these areas. I think that oaks are a great way to try and include communities who have been excluded from outdoor preserves and spaces. And I think there's 4 good reasons for this. One is that large oak trees make an excellent space and are, wonderful to be under in the shade, to have activity areas. So again, like if you're trying to include communities in there, having these large shady areas where you have, a relatively blank canvas of what you can do underneath an oak tree as an outdoor educator is great to have. And oaks are a wonderful species for that, unlike some of our riparian trees. Oaks are also a great tool to teach ecological relationships. There are so many things happening underneath an oak canopy or in our oak woodlands. It's a great way for environmental education to really connect between oaks and other plants and wildlife and insects and butterflies and so many things that are happening out there. On top of that, oaks are also very culturally important to Native American communities, and wildlife thrive in and near oaks. So if you want people who don't normally go out into the outdoors to see really cool things like acorn woodpeckers, you go near oak woodlands and you will see acorn woodpeckers. You will find other wildlife because they really thrive underneath that oak canopy. And so here I'm kind of transitioning into the point of, as land managers, what can you do about this? And I think that there are points in our restoration activities where we can expand on our ideas and reduce barriers to try and have a broader set of people who are attending our events. So let's imagine you're starting a new restoration project, and when you're starting that project, I'm going to kind of work through some of the steps in that project and some of the steps that you can do to try and include more people in different communities into your projects, and where these alternative decisions can lead to some barriers with these different communities. And again, I just want to remind everybody that to be an oak is to grow for 100 years and to die for 100 years. So when we're planning these restoration projects, we literally need to think on 100 or even 200-year time scale. So that, I think, is really, really important about questions that have come up several times already about what is the appropriate oak density. What's the appropriate oak density today? What's the appropriate oak density for trying to grow an oak grove that's going to be around for 200 years? I think those are the way you frame that question will give you two different answers. When you're planning an oak restoration event, it's going to take a lot of planning and a lot of thought into this, because again, you're planning for something that's going to be around for 100 years, 200 years, maybe even 400 years. And then you're also thinking about very short-term questions about, when is your event going to happen? Where exactly do you plant the trees? Do you plant them here? Do you plant them 10 feet over? Do you plant them 100 feet over? And many other questions that some of these we'll get into the answers of. But my main point for this is that for every one of these decisions, there's going to be somebody that's going to be excluded depending on how you answer most of these questions at your preserve or on your landscape. And I'll give some really concrete examples of this as we go through it. And so when you're planning your event, before you even have your first public event, I think you should be asking yourself, are you including new oak stewards in planning your event? So before you get to the day of the event, are you including new communities, new groups of people that you generally aren't working with in the planning of your event? And some of that might be revolving around, what are their goals? Where do their goals overlap with your goals? What common ground do you have with this new community that you want to be working with? So for example, if your park or your preserve contains historical tribal sites, have you reached out to the local tribe and invited them to be a partner on the project? Or are these new partners, are they co-managing the lands that you're managing, or are they even co-stewarding the project? Are they equal partners? And when I mean equal partners, I mean that in every sense of the word. Are they actively involved in making decisions from day one? And so to do that, you really need to begin partnerships well ahead of time, and you're going to be continually cultivating relationships, because oaks are not short-term restorations. I hope I've really hammered that point many times. They're legacy projects. They're things that hopefully our grandchildren will be able to enjoy. And so it may take several years to plan just a single project, because you have to get so many of these details right. So prepare for at least a year of work in an oak restoration project. Whether your volunteers or your new community is involved in that entire year depends on, it's up to you, but there's probably at least a year, and Rosi hit this really well, that there's a year of work that it takes for an oak restoration project. And I'm being generous here because usually it'll take 2 to 3 years of work at least, but prepare for at least a year of work. And so because oaks are perishable, there is this seasonality to our work. So all year long, we're trying to build and maintain relationships, but definitely in the summertime, like now, we are getting ready to start to organize public events for the fall, because in the fall, we have to be harvesting acorns. Acorns are perishable. We cannot collect acorns in the spring. They're not going to be viable. We have to do it in the fall. And on top of that, we're going to be getting our sites ready. And then in late fall, we're going to be storing the acorns and getting ready for those public events with the last minute details and fine tuning. In the winter, we could again prep our sites, and we quite possibly are going to be planting seedlings. In the spring, we're going to be maintaining sites, weeding, and also watering the sites. And in summer, again, maintaining, weeding, watering, and then organizing next season's events as well, next year's events. And again, I really want to hit this home, that acorns dry out quickly and die. So they have to be collected in the fall. October, November, December are basically the only times of the year that you can collect acorns. A little earlier in the lower elevations, and in the higher elevations, you can push that out into December. But after a few days to possibly even weeks on the ground, if it's cool and wet, the acorns can survive, but outside of that time frame, they really start to lose their germination ability. But they do still provide forage for wildlife. So even though those acorns are dry, they're still nutritious for many of the animals that eat acorns on our landscapes. The problem with this is that our projects and our funding periods may not reflect the reality of acorn harvesting season. If our funding starts in January, then that's going to be too late for harvesting acorns in most locations. If your funds start in July, there isn't a lot of field work to be done until October or November. So now you've got a whole quarter's worth of work where there's not really much field work to be done. So there's a lot of things that can be done to plan your events, but not necessarily to do field work. And so if the bulk of your budget is field work, you need to figure out how to deal with that funding issue. So one of the things volunteers love to do is that they love to collect acorns. They love to collect plant seeds in general, as long as they're easy to collect. And acorns are really easy to collect. You can generally find them growing on low branches of many of the coast live oaks. And so they're big seeds, they're easy to collect, they're easy to grab in your fingers, put them into a bag. And on top of that, October to December is usually cool enough for outdoor work. By then, it's usually not 100 degrees anymore, and not even usually in the mid-90s. So it's a good day to plan an outdoor event, and you're not going to get too many people staying home because it's just too hot out. On top of that, it also makes for a relatively light work day. If you're only trying to plant a few hundred oaks, then you probably only need about 1,000 acorns. Most of our oak restoration projects were only planting at maximum 100 oaks. So with that, you only need a few hundred acorns, which is good to have a volunteer event that only lasts a few hours, and then everybody can go home and still feel fresh at the end of the work day. And then because we often have a lot of oaks on our landscapes, you can generally find flat areas that are easy to collect, and that's good for a wide range of people of varying ages and varying activity levels and varying mobility levels. So yeah, if you have a lot of hills on your site, then you're generally going to have just a barrier for people who have limited mobility. Some questions you want to ask yourselves about, on acorn collection day is, can your new volunteers or your new stewards take acorns home with them? They might be really excited about collecting these acorns. And if your park or your preserve has a policy of no one can take plant seeds off of the preserve, then that is also somewhat discouraging to those oak stewards who might be really excited about trying to grow their own acorn in their little pot in their own backyard. And then the other question is, should they be planting them in their yard? Do they have enough space for it? Because oaks turn into these huge trees. which then means like they need to have some sort of instructions on how to properly take care of these acorns. So these people who are really excited about these new acorns that they collected from your preserve and are taking care of them can actually have some success in their community. And then again, how does your project build a relationship with that community? Again, acorns have a deadline. It can take several years to plan a project. Do you have something that will allow that community to keep coming back or to keep interacting with your preserve, and vice versa, for you to be benefiting that community as well? And on top of that, we should remind our volunteers that oak trees produce thousands upon thousands of acorns each year, and only a few of those acorns survive in the wild. So the risk of failure for most restoration projects is high, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, because the risk of failure definitely decreases as we increase the amount of help and care we give to those acorns. So our next step is, after we've collected acorns, we need to prepare the planting site. We need to remove the weeds from the planting holes at least 4 to 6 feet in diameter. As somebody who does a lot of weed work, I can tell you that volunteers do not like to do weeding projects. I can get a lot more people at a plant restoration event than I can get at a weeding the site event. So this is going to be one of those things where you might need to have staff do this, because you will get some dedicated volunteers to this event, but you are going to lose a lot of casual volunteers. Because it requires more physical labor, that makes sense. And it requires some capabilities that people just might not, or your site might not have. Like, for example, there's plenty of sites that are relatively easy to dig some planting holes, but some soils are really rocky and really difficult to be planting in. And so just, moving a 5 or 10 pound rock that's in your planting hole might be really difficult for some people. But the timing for this is it can happen in early fall or just before planting in winter and spring. So it's a really good time, again, for people to be outdoors. You don't have to do this in the middle of summer when it's boiling hot out. You can do it when it's cool, and you can get more volunteers that time of the year. So then your next step is you've got the holes planted. You have a really critical decision to make. Do you plant acorns, or are you going to plant seedlings, or maybe even saplings, or both? There are 2 non-overlapping risks that happen here. So if you're planting acorns, if there's not a lot of rainfall, they might not establish, because they will dry out and die in the soil if we don't have a lot of rainfall. And Tom showed the great slide about how there's different years of different oaks regenerating on the landscape naturally. And if there is a drought, then there might also be a lot of herbivores that are trying to dig up those acorns and eat them. But the benefit is that if those acorns that you did plant, if they do establish, they generally can survive on their own. So once they find a good spot and those acorns settle in and they establish, they generally don't need more work after that. You can just kind of watch them go on their own. But there's not many of those acorns that do it. On the other hand, if you're planting seedlings, they almost absolutely must be watered, unless you're in a riparian area that has a really shallow water table, or you're doing it in a really wet year, which probably isn't going to be this year. But for the most part, if you plant seedlings, they must be watered, with a few exceptions. So if you're going to directly plant acorns, this is a really simple method to do it. Again, you're going to weed the area 4 to 6 foot diameter. You're going to collect your fresh and ripe acorns, hopefully at a volunteer event, hopefully from a nearby oak tree. And then you're going to plant a small digging hole in a location that will get some runoff, so that if it's on a slope, a little bit of rainfall will collect in that planting hole. You're going to plant a few acorns in the hole, because there's a chance that 1 or 2 of them might die. You're going to cover it with a few inches of soil, and then you're going to cover that with a couple of inches of oak leaf litter mulch, and then you're going to repeat that across your planting site. This is a really good activity for volunteers. Planting acorns is easy. A lot of volunteers who have different age ranges and different mobility levels can generally dig a small hole and plant a couple of acorns in it and move on. It does require some labor to dig and some tools. So you might need shovels, you might need knee pads or kneelers. So that way people can bend over and get down. So again, it does require some labor and tools, but it's a relatively minimal amount. So if you go the other way and you're going to plant tree seedlings, this is something that volunteers really love to do. Hosting a volunteer event, if you're talking about we're going to plant tree seedlings, people really love to do that. Volunteers, for whatever reason, have historically just kind of gravitated to planting seedlings. There's just something about outdoor organizations where we're going to plant seedlings. And it's a really great community building activity. And that might be one reason why you're going to want to plant seedlings instead of acorns. If you are really trying to build relationships with communities, then planting seedlings might just be a really great way to do that. And that might be the tipping point for you to think about planting seedlings instead of planting acorns. And then on top of that, you're going to need to think about what equipment and supplies do you need? And do you have all of the appropriate equipment for your volunteers, including shovels and hand trowels for if you're planting acorns, but hose and rakes for removing the weeds in the plant litter. You're going to need 5-gallon buckets for transporting oak leaf litter mulch and the soil underneath healthy oak trees to bring those beneficial microbes over, as we've talked about. You're going to want personal protective equipment like gloves, but then you're also going to want to think about bringing snacks and water and sunscreen and backpacks to carry stuff and lunches and maybe maps of your planting site. And there's all sorts of things that you are going to be able to want to try and bring to your site. And so I've seen this happen a lot for different planting events. When you're asking your volunteers to bring materials, really think about who might not be able to have access to the equipment and what you're asking them to bring. I think the question that you should be asking yourself for trying to reach out to new communities is, can anyone, and I mean literally anyone, show up to your event and be highly successful? And one of the big barriers is asking what your people are bringing. If you're asking people to bring shovels, not everybody has a shovel. If you're asking people to bring food, if they have to drive an hour to your site, they might not be willing to bring lunch because eating lunch or bringing lunch might be unaffordable to them. So again, can you supply everything your volunteers need? And asking yourself simple questions like, why are you asking your volunteers to bring their own sunscreen? Can you buy a really large bottle of sunscreen and supply that? I've noticed that it's unfortunately rare for an event host to supply everything that people need to be successful. Sometimes this is due to budgets. Sometimes this is just due to not thinking outside the box and literally bringing everything a volunteer would need to be successful at your event. And on top of that, thinking about if the site is accessible for everyone. Oftentimes our outdoor spaces are not very accessible for people with limited mobility. And then ask yourself, can you overcome the challenges for people who have limited mobility? If not, is there a supplemental activity that they can do in the shade in an area where they can feel like they are contributing to your site and also building their community at the same time? And so I've mentioned several times, a lot of groups love to plant seedlings. And if you've done other seedling planting events, oak seedlings are really no different than many of the other tree species that one might be planting. We're digging a relatively large hole, about 2 feet deep, 3 feet wide, sloping edges. And then you're going to backfill that hole to the depth of the roots of your seedling. You're then going to plant the seedling in the hole a little bit above the original ground height. And then you're going to fill the hole such that there's a depression around the seedling. So you're basically making a basin, and then you're going to use some of that oak leaf litter mulch and some of that soil collected from underneath the nearby healthy oak tree to inoculate with that soil mycorrhiza. So I'm a big believer in berms and basins. So you're basically going to be wanting to make a berm and a basin. So if you have your original slope here, you're going to remove the dirt on the uphill side of your planting hole and then pile it up in this berm So that way your oak seedling will catch all of the extra rainfall that's moving down this slope, and it will it'll help this seedling survive. This is one of those steps, again, where volunteers really like to do this, but they might not quite get all the details well. So if you have a functioning berm, it does need to be well constructed. So you might need to help the volunteers make sure that the berm functions well. On top of maintaining your oak planting site, the seedlings can be mass planted, and you can just, or the seedlings and or acorns can be mass planted, and you just let the lucky few survive. However, this can be really discouraging to the oak stewards, so you need to proceed carefully, because if they planted 100 trees and only 5 of them survive, there's going to be a lot of disappointed people. You also might need to be irrigating them occasionally in the winter if it's raining, but then definitely monthly in the summer. And Rosie said, you know, even more than monthly, but monthly I think is like the bare minimum. You're definitely also going to need to be weeding, and you might need to put protective cages around your oak seedlings and then remove them after 2 to 3 years. These are all steps that volunteers are very unlikely to do. It does involve a little bit more work, and it can be can lead for some relatively long days in the field. We talked a little bit about tree tubes on the right here and cages on the left. If you have a lot of hungry herbivores on your site, they're going to be eating the seedlings, because these oaks are one of the few green things that are out there in the middle of the summer. Each one both has pluses and minuses, but for what I'm really just trying to hit home is that this is a activity that not a lot of volunteers are going to want to do. What some volunteers are more willing to do is to try and encourage predators on your landscape. So you can build these owl boxes or kestrel boxes, or you can put artificial perches out on your preserves. And that's a good way to kind of help some of these predators, and hopefully they'll catch some of those rabbits and squirrels and gophers that are on the site. Some of these kits can come pre-assembled, as you know, that will look, basically you'll get mailed a box, or you can have them come unassembled, where you get cut pieces of wood, and then or you can buy DIY plans or get free DIY plans off the internet. Again, this takes a higher commitment from volunteers and a little bit more training, and definitely safety if people are working with screws and power tools and things like that. And on top of that, it might take several events to complete the project, but this is a really good community building event, trying to put out these predator boxes on your landscape, so that way you can encourage predators, and there's this really good kind of feel-good community building event with it. So kind of quickly wrapping up here, since I only have a few minutes left. Volunteers really love to collect acorns. They're quite happy digging planting holes in soft soils. They like to construct berms and basins. They also like to plant seedlings over planting acorns, but they will plant acorns, don't get me wrong. They will water plants, but usually on planting day. If you're asking them to water plants monthly in April, May, June, July, and August, you're not going to get as many volunteers to do that. They generally also like to mulch seedlings on planting day, and they're generally willing to install wildlife perches or wildlife boxes. They're not so willing to dig a lot of deep holes. They're not going to be as careful about building berms and basins. They're not going to pot up sprouted acorns. They might not want to put out tree tubes or herbivore protections. They're generally not going to water seedlings or replace mulch all that often. I want to quickly go over some of the behind the scenes work that's going to happen as well. If you are a land manager on this meeting, you should be asking yourself, are you giving volunteers a reason to be at your event? There are other events happening in their community. Why you? Why your place? Have you built a connection to your park or your preserve? And in addition, what connection do they want to have with your park or your preserve? Ask yourself, why are you building these in communities? And so I think to build partnerships, you need to have trust. And that trust is a two-way street. Are you just asking because you need bodies at your event? Or are you doing this because you really want to support their community? And if you are supporting their community, what common goals do you have? What are the volunteers getting out of this experience? And then if you have trust and you have common goals, are you helping them overcome their barriers? Can that community get to your site? Can they bring food to the site? Can they afford it? Is there reliable transportation? Oftentimes there is no public transportation to our nature preserves. So maybe you need to set up carpools. Maybe you need to bring lunch. Maybe you need to supply all the equipment and PPE that they need. On top of that, nearly everyone wants to be outdoors. So, everyone should be coming to our preserves because being outdoors has a lot of benefits physically, mentally, and socially. So it's really good to help build communities. And I think oaks are a great way to connect our lands to different communities. And on top of that, we definitely need to be breaking down some of the barriers that are out there. There's historic barriers where many communities have been excluded from outdoor education activities. Some parks and preserves in the US were segregated until the mid-1900s. And on top of that, currently, the majority of rangers or park staff are white. So there is that current barrier. On top of that, many of our communities do not regularly do environmental education activities. They're not used to it. It's not something that they're comfortable with, or they might not be able to afford to visit. And so if these communities live far away, they might not have reliable transportation to get there. And last but not least, I think it's important to try and set up to make sure that these communities feel safe. Because again, it's that, if you're the only person of your race or your gender or whatever your community in that space, you might not feel comfortable or you might not feel safe. So I think this really all gets down to building relationships. Yes, putting out flyers to get people to your event is great, but I think building relationships is even better. And when you have those relationships, you'll have a lot of people coming to your events. With that, I think I'm out of time. Sorry about that. I think I'm 1 minute over. But I hope that was a good primer for oak restoration and for working with a diverse audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was really wonderful. I think we can squeeze in one question. Let's combine Neil Meyer and Linda Hawk's question. Neil says, how hard is it to transplant oaks, say 8 to 15? I'm going to assume that's inches high. And then Linda Hawk asks, can young volunteer seedlings be easily transplanted? If yes, how so? And then the rest of the questions can be answered textually.
Okay. So I'll start with the young volunteer seedlings because that kind of gets into the other answer. So yes, young volunteer seedlings can be easily transplanted. You have to carefully dig them out, dig deeper than you think you need to because those oak roots are very deep. I didn't get into anything about how deep oak roots get, but seedling oak roots are, oftentimes 3 to 5 times deeper than the plant is tall. So if you have a plant that's 1 foot tall, those oak roots might be 3 to 5 feet deep. And then getting into planting trees, the larger the tree, the more work it's going to take. They can be transplanted, but again, you might be investing thousands and maybe tens of thousands of dollars into moving really big oak trees. And I don't even mean like really, really big, but I mean like, 15-foot size trees that you dig out of the ground because you've severed off so many of those roots. You have to just really give them a ton of water and a lot of care to keep those 15-foot trees from dying.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chris. We'll go into our next talk now. Our next speaker is Beatriz Nobua-Behrmann. She is our Urban Forestry and Natural Resources Advisor with the UC Cooperative Extension. And she'll be talking about gold-spotted oak borer as a threat to oak woodlands. Take it away, Bea.
Bea, you need to unmute. We can't hear you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I hope everyone can hear me now. Sorry about that. All right, so thank you for having me here. The idea for today, what I'm going to present today, is kind of trying to put everyone on the same page about this pest that we've been mentioning over and over, the gold-spotted oak borer, and having an idea of the life cycle of this beetle. How do we know if something is infested, and what are the impacts that this beetle can have, and how does that relate to human activities? As I start, my talk has in the credits other people that really contributed to everything I'm going to be talking about, and I'm probably missing a bunch, but at least these are the people that I ended up stealing slides from. So this is, I want to acknowledge Kim Corella from CALFIRE, Kevin Turner from CALFIRE, Stacy Hishinuma from the Forest Service, and Tom Coleman also from the Forest Service. As well, this is basically what I said just a few minutes ago about what I'm going to be presenting in my talk. So let's pass that and get to our matter of interest. The gold-spotted oak borer. It's a flat-headed borer. The family is Buprestidae. They're also called jewel beetles. It's in the same genus as the emerald ash borer. And one of the main characteristics of this pest is that, unlike many other borers that attack trees that are dying, this insect attacks healthy trees. So our trees, even our oaks, even when they're not super stressed, which is not the most common thing around here, they're still susceptible to be attacked by GSOB. And it's an invasive species. It's native to Southeast Arizona. Sometimes that's a little bit confusing for some people. It is native to the US, but it's not native to California. In this map, the color areas are showing the distribution of the oak species that are attacked by this insect and where they could be also present. We know that there's very similar species in Mexico and Guatemala, but the Agrilos arugutados, it comes from Southeast Arizona and moved into California. And we are suspecting that because there's no hosts in between their native area and where we found it, that it has, I mean, it couldn't have come on their own, and it's probably came to California through the movement of firewood. And I'll be talking about that a little bit more later, and Kim is gonna talk more about that in the coming talk. So I talked about the hosts. Well, these are the 3 preferred hosts for this pest. There's 2 species that are more susceptible, the coast live oak and the California black oak. And there's 1 extra species, the canyon live oak, that is still attacked, but is a little bit less susceptible. We have found also Engelmann oak attacked in areas that are already heavily infested, where the coast live oaks that were around it were heavily infested. But we haven't been able to put GSOB as a cause of mortality for Engelmann oak. It does seem like it could be a subpar host when, you know, in areas where everything is infested. And over here in this map, you can see the distribution of the oaks that are hosts. So there's a wide range of areas where these beetles can be present. And they can tolerate cold temperatures and higher elevations. So we've been finding them in locations where temperatures go as low as -4 Fahrenheit and as high as 6,000 feet of elevation. Talking about heat, they also withstand heat. The heat tolerance goes up to 125 Fahrenheit. So pretty sturdy beetles. And because of their larval stages happen within the tree, they end up being pretty nicely isolated from bad weather and can withstand bad winters especially. So this is where their hosts are. So where is GSOB in California? Well, this is a distribution of GSOB in California shown in two ways. On the right, we have the zone of infestation. And in the left, we have each of these little squares are locations we have confirmed GSOB infestations. And as you can see, it's pretty widespread in San Diego, which is where it's the first location of the infestation started in a way. And then we also have locations in Los Angeles, Orange County, San Bernardino, and Riverside County. So a little bit about the history. So as I said, San Diego was kind of the area where we first found it. It was first found by us, I mean, by all this interagency community of people working on GSOB. So first of all, it was found in Descanso en Huatay. But they think it was, and that happened around 2004, but they think it was introduced in the 1990s based on how affected the area was. And even though we found them first in 2004 in a trap, it was not until 2008 that the oak mortality in that area was assigned to GSOB, right? Originally, they've seen a lot of oak mortality that was assigned to drought. And it wasn't until Tom Coleman from the Forest Service that made that link between GSOB and the oak mortality that we found in San Diego County. And so all that situation in when GSOB went under the radar for so long made it very easy for it to establish in San Diego. And from there, getting spread to all the other locations within the Southern California. This is an aerial picture of the oak mortality in San Diego. This is close to ground zero for the infestation. So as you can see, there's many dead oaks in this area. And I think Tom already has been kind of talking about this, but you know, when you have GSOB in an area and it's been there for several decades, you can have oak mortality reaching up to 45% of the oaks, and up to 90% of the oaks being infested. And also, unfortunately, the trees that GSOB tend to gravitate towards are trees with longer diameter, right? Longer DBH, bigger trunks. So those nicely established mature trees, those are the ones that are more at risk. So in this picture, we're looking at an area that has been infested for 20 years or so. So you can see a lot of mortality happening already over there. Once you start going to the edges of the infestation, you start having less and less mortality, and it drops to about 10% of the trees. So it tends to be kind of focused on an area. And so to understand a little bit more about the life cycle of this beetle and how that goes into basically how it happens throughout the year, and that we're going to be using this information then to think about best management practices for this beetle. So we're going to start here down with this adult beetle that starts emerging mid-May to September. Some places like in coastal Orange County, you might have it even early May starting to emerge. So emergence can happen through several months, and they leave these D-shaped exit holes. I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later. So these beetles come out of the tree. They feed on the canopy, on the leaves of the the oaks, although they usually don't cause that much damage on the foliage, or not a significant amount of damage. So they go out, they find a mate, they mate, and they're ready to lay eggs. So they're around June to September, they're gonna start laying these teeny tiny eggs, almost impossible to see. I've been surveying GSOB trees all over, and I've never been able to see eggs in the wild. And they lay them in the bark crevices also. They kind of like hide them in there. And so a couple of months later, you'll have very, very small larvae that's coming out of these eggs, and the larvae bury into the bark. And they start feeding and creating this galleries as they feed and grow and pass through several larval instars and get bigger and bigger. And as they feed, they start basically damaging all the sapwood and the cambium, which will then be one of the causes of oak decline and eventually mortality. After that, they prepupate through the winter. They prepupate in this, what we call the hairpin configuration. So they fold like a pin. And then after the winter, they pupate very close to the outside portion of the bark. And they spend a little bit pupating, and then they're ready to emerge again around May. So it takes about a full year, for the beetle to go from adults to lay their eggs to have a new generations of adults. It will have only one generation per year. We always use this when we're talking about management, because it is after the emergence season ends that we usually do the surveys, so we can identify all the trees that are infested, and we do our management. And if there's any kind of chemical management, has to happen when before the beetles start emerging, right? Like when the beetles either are developing or as they emerge, if it's a contact insecticide. So that's something that Kim is gonna touch more in depth in the next talk. So I'll leave it for her to talk about that. So I talk about this D-shaped exit holes, and that's the main evidence of attack that we have in trees, right? The way we can assign a tree to be infested by GSOB is if we find this D-shaped exit holes. They're not always perfectly D-shaped, so you need a little bit to develop a little bit of an eye for it. Sometimes if the adult doesn't emerge at a perfect right angle with the bark, then you'll have an exit hole that's a little bit more rounded. And so it could be a little bit, it takes a little bit of practice to identify it. Plus, there's many other insects that are also coming out of the trees, especially if the tree is, having some kind of dieback. There will be longhorn beetles and several other beetles that will be attacking that wood. And sometimes those holes can be confused with GSOB. But if it's D-shaped, there's basically no other pest right now in oaks that will leave a D-shaped exit hole on that side. It's about 3 millimeters in size. So it's about the size on the writing in a quarter will be a good way to size it. And the thing is, it's a little bit, it creates a little bit of a problem, because when we see that D-shaped exit hole is the best evidence that that tree had GSOB, but we're seeing kind of what happens once the GSOB left that tree, right? So the moment we see that D-shaped exit hole, that particular beetle is no longer in that tree. So that makes management a little bit more complicated as well. The other thing that happens as a tree gets infested is you start seeing symptoms in the crown. So when you have a tree that is recently infested, it usually just has green leaves, it looks pretty healthy, and crown mortality is not very evident, especially at the beginning of the infestation. As GSOB keeps attacking that tree and keeps, basically the larvae keep eating that cambium layer, the tree starts showing some decline. So first you start seeing some thinning in the canopy, and later you can see dieback. So some of the branches might start directly dying out. So it can take about 3 to 5 years for a tree to die from GSOB attacks. And that's if GSOB keeps attacking the same tree, right? But if the tree is affected by root rot or drought and some other predisposing factors, then you might have a tree dying in about a year. But typically it takes several years for a tree to die from GSOB. And that's, again, a little bit tricky because we tend to be more keen on observing and detecting dieback in a tree versus finding that teeny, like small D-shaped exit hole that is a little bit tricky to see. So the trees that might caught our attention, or better say, the trees might not caught our attention until they are already in very severe stages of infestation. In the case of black oak, what we see is that the leaves will die quickly. But you know, black oak is a deciduous tree, so black oak will normally drop their leaves in the winter, and we'll see the trees with dead leaves, but the leaves stay on the tree. The other symptoms are very similar to cause-live oak, but this thing of having large and mature trees that are holding their leaves in the winter, that is very characteristic of GSOB infestation in black oak. And the other thing is that you'll see that in infested trees, the leaves might come smaller and smaller each year. So it's another thing that when you see this kind of thing, then you're going to go and look into the bark and see if you find this D-shaped exit holes. Another evidence of attack is staining, and this kind of staining in the bark. This is something that tends to happen when the infestation is kind of in a more advanced stage. So it's more common to see this in spring as the larvae is feeding on the vascular system. It's kind of creating an area where the vascular system is not connected. And so the tree is taking up water and can't bring it all the way up because it's kind of cut where the damage has been done by the larval feeding. And so water accumulates in there and it mixes with all the tannins and starts seeping out through any little cracks on the bark. And so it kind of looks like the tree is bleeding. It just is this dark red and then it just turns black, sort of stainings on the bark. This is not a definitive symptom of GSOB. In fact, a lot of fungal and bacterial diseases might cause this kind of bleeding. So again, it's one extra thing that will give us an idea that we should go and check on that tree a little bit closer and see what we find and see if we can see those D-shaped exit holes. If we were to dig into the trunk of the tree, we will see these galleries that are made by the larvae of GSOB. Actually, in this picture over here, you can see a larvae in a hairpin formation, like a prepupae. So for a lot of the bark beetles, their galleries have a particular pattern that allows us to identify it. For GSOB, the pattern is that there's no pattern. Is that they are all like mixed up, like you got a bunch of ramen noodles in there. But obviously we're not gonna go around chopping into the cambium of the trees just to see if they're infested. So this is something that sometimes we do in trees that we already see other symptoms of infestation, or the tree is really declined, because this is quite some damage for the tree just to go see these galleries. But it's interesting to see when you see a tree that it's declining a lot, if you get to chop a little bit on the bark, and then you can notice exactly the cause of why that tree is declining so much. You can see that their cambium is all being eaten and it's basically gone in this area. And something else that might catch our attention is if we see a lot of woodpecker damage. So I told you that the larvae tends to go to the outer sides of the bark. Well, woodpeckers will find them and feed on them. So we'll find a lot of evidence of woodpecker activity. So in summary, your best bet is to find those D-shaped exit holes, but staining, dieback, woodpecker activity, and the feeding underneath the bark. So that's the staining, the dieback, and the woodpecker activity will lead you to go look at what's going on in that tree. And then if you go inside, you can find this as a last check on, like, this is definitely GSOB infested. And we can have trees that have thousands of exit holes, thousands of beetles coming out of them. This is what we call brood trees. So those are somewhat preferred trees, and as Tom said, we don't really know why. And so these brood trees, luckily, they only are a small percentage of the infested trees, but they contain most of the population in that location. And that's something also important to keep in mind when we're doing management. Again, Kim is going to go into this. But keep in mind that brood trees might look kind of healthy for a while. This tree over here had 300 exit holes, and there's not much, it doesn't look very bad, especially in an area with drought like here in Southern California. And a few, but if you let it be, this is not the same tree, but this is another example of a tree that died for GSOB. This one had about 1,000 exit holes in this tree. And it's devastating to see this big trees getting killed by this beetle. So it is important to know that our activities is one of the main causes for the spread. So the last thing I wanted to touch on is how the human activities sort of relate to having GSOB spread around, right? So we know that their natural spread is not very big. They fly, but they're not super great flyers. They cannot fly very long distances. And we, as you remember, we found them in San Diego and then in Green Valley in LA County or in Orange County. It's a long distance and they are not good at flying these long distances. So really it's the human-assisted spread through firewood that is accounting for this long distance movement of GSOB. And it's basically having GSOB in an area is somewhat a recipe for disaster in that sense. Because if you have a GSOB infestation, it means you have many dead oaks. And we know that oak wood makes pretty good firewood. So now people might be tempted to sell this wood or share it with neighbors and friends, especially if they don't know the threat of moving infested firewood around. So one of the solutions would be to have more outreach and education about risk of moving infested firewood, getting communities aware and involved in this preventing GSOB to arrive to a community, which is a lot more tricky, or preventing GSOB to move to another community. And it's challenging, right? So all these methods that in a minute, Kim is going to talk about how to make wood GSOB free or make sure it is GSOB free, requires investment in time, money, or even both. But yet we are still trying. So there's a lot of multi-agency collaborative outreach efforts happening, either in infested communities or at-risk communities. In general, we try to involve the residents, the firewood vendors, community organizations of the municipalities, local and federal agencies that might be managing the nearby forests. So we have a big community working on this, but it takes time, and it's still not easy. But we're really trying to pass this message of just buy where you burn it. Just make sure you get your firewood locally and you don't move firewood to a different location. Don't be part of the problem, basically. Just to finish, I want to push our website, gsob.org, where there's a lot more information. And because I'm not sure if anybody's going to show this, I want to let you know there is a place where you can report suspected GSOB infestations. And if you haven't already, you can join our mailing list if you want to keep getting other information about new workshops or other events like this. Thank you. And I'm not sure if we have any time for questions, maybe one or two, if there is any.
Thanks so much, Bea. That was awesome. Yes, we do have time for a couple questions, 5 minutes, in fact. Looks like we've got a question left over from a previous talk. Cutting into oaks to identify amplifier trees, which is equivalent to brood trees, does this result in oak death?
Well, it depends on how much are you going to cut into it. It's true, we cannot, like Tom said, it's hard to define an amplifier tree just from the exit holes. And we have that challenge that when we see the exit holes, that beetle already left the tree. However, we did find that usually when a tree has there's different colors depending on who you ask, but it could be more than 30 or more than 50 exit holes. It tends to be that tree gets repeatedly infested. There's a big chance that tree is gonna become a brood tree or is already a brood tree. So usually we do not chop into the wood of every tree just to see if that tree is infested. But if we find a tree that has more than 30 or 40 exit holes, we might chop a little bit and see if we can see that evidence of the galleries, or if we can see the pupae or pre-pupae. But generally it's quite invasive on the tree. So, that's the tricky part, right? It's like, that's the only way to know, but if it's not, then you are actually damaging the tree a lot. So usually I don't do it much.
Great. Another question from an anonymous attendee. They ask, is there a standardized way to rate infestation level based on the symptoms?
Yeah, great question. And it kind of taps into what I was saying before. So really at this point, we consider everything sort of infested, and then more than 25 or 30 exit holes, it starts going into an amplifier tree or a brood tree category. Now, it really depends on how much management or continued management and monitoring you can do in that area. So in one of our management and research projects that we have, we found that some of the trees have maybe 40 exit holes, but the crown looked pretty okay. So like there was almost no dieback in the crown. So in that case, we started thinking, should we remove that tree or should we see if we are managing the tree, if that tree can withstand whatever damage it already has in it. So the cutout could be a little bit different depending on how much funding basically and manpower you have to manage. So in this case, we were going to be treating those trees and then continue monitoring. So we changed that cutout to 50 exit holes because we are going to be monitoring every year and because we were treating those trees. So basically, the idea is that if that tree is somehow a brood tree, we're still, we're putting a insecticide in the tree, and it's not going to be, all the beetles that come from that tree ideally will probably die and not infect other trees. But that is the thing with brood trees, is like the brood trees have a lot of beetles in them. So one of the management recommendations is to remove them because they are sources of beetles. So it's depends on what you're doing. If you're not going to be treating, and if you have a big land, you might want to remove all those trees that have more than 30 exit holes. Just consider them brood trees. I hope that answers the question. Then between the 1 and 50 or 30 exit holes, there's not too much, and that as far as I know, there's nothing super established about, oh, this is low or heavy. We usually take anything that has less than 10 exit holes as something that is about low infestation, and more than 10 is more a high infestation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bea. It looks like we've got a couple more questions in Q&A, but I think that they'll be addressed by the next talk. And as for right now, it's time for lunch. So we're going to be coming back at 1 p.m. And Kim Corella will be giving her talk on best management practices for GSOB. So probably all of your questions will be answered, folks, in the Q&A box. So shoot to arrive back here at around 12:55 so we can get started right at 1. And enjoy your lunch. And I look forward to seeing you guys in just a little bit. And I'll be pausing the recording for the webinar. So feel free to turn off your cameras, go get your lunch, do your thing. And we'll meet you back here at 12:55. Thanks so much, everyone. All right. Our next speaker is going to be Kim Corella, who is the forest pathologist and entomologist with CALFIRE. And she'll be talking about best management practices for gold-spotted oak borer. So Kim, if you're ready to go, then take it away.
Thanks, Annika. Hope you guys had a good lunch. So today I'm going to be talking about the best management practices at GSOB. If my thing will start here. Let's see here. So why do we need best management practices? There's a lot of reasons, but a few reasons are listed here. Wood or trees that have been killed by GSOB can harbor those living insects under the bark for over a year after that tree dies. So if you have a tree that dies in October and remove it or leave it up, those insects can continue to go through their life cycle and emerge in the following year. Even if it's cut down, those insects can emerge as long as that wood is suitable, has a suitable environment for those insects to complete its life cycle. Those adults can emerge anytime during their flight season, which is, as Bea mentioned, from May through October, with peak season from end of June to beginning of July. So it's really important that we don't want to move GSOB infested wood. And as Bea also mentioned, as many other speakers have mentioned as well, that a lot of the new infestations were started very easily by moving infested GSOB firewood. Most people probably didn't know it was infested with GSOB, but it can be very easily moved in untreated wood. So just want to show some pictures of GSOB infested oak woodland mortality. Bea showed some other pictures earlier before lunch, but this just shows the infestation rate of oak woodlands that are infested with GSOB. She mentioned you can have up to 45% mortality rate, and that's in San Diego County, because it was been there for such a long period of time. But you can see here, a lot of trees have died or dying, so it's a lot of wood material to deal with. So managing the wood properly and effectively is really important to make sure that we minimize the spread of this insect into other areas that we don't want it to be introduced into. And with all that wood, it's hard to store, as I mentioned. So some people, they have a tree that's infested, they store it by their house. As seen right here, they just pile it up, keep it there, and they'll process it later. That's great if they're keeping it on site, but this unprocessed wood can still harbor GSOB, and those insects can still emerge. And I'll get into how to process it and that sort of thing later. But as Bea mentioned, those insects live in the outer bark, and as long as that environment is suitable, they can continue to emerge from those pieces of wood. Other uses of the wood has been used as firewood. Oak is a really important firewood source. A lot of mountain home communities use it for their source of heating. It's also used for barbecues. So a lot of companies and corporations and just average homeowners will buy oak firewood. Here's some oak firewood that was used on site that was infested with GSOB and started a new infestation. So it can be moved really easily. They thought this stuff was seasoned well enough, but as you'll see a little bit later, that wasn't the case. So Bea mentioned this as well, that the natural spread is slow. These insects only really want to fly a mile at the very most, but really they just want to spread to the next tree. They don't do those long distance jumps. GSOB is an agralis species similar to emerald ash borer, as was mentioned earlier as well, but emerald ash borer really does like to fly. It likes to emerge and fly long distances to start new centers, just fly new areas. GSOB doesn't have that propensity to want to fly long distances. Those go to the next tree. So that's one good thing that we have in our favor. But the way that it is spread by long distance, as we mentioned throughout this whole seminar, is it's spread by firewood. And this, people load up on their trucks, as seen here, as much as they can get in these trucks, and spread it and move it around. If they don't know it's infested, then they're moving these insects into new counties. And that's how other counties have become infested. There's a lot of host type up there. Bea showed this as well, but I just want to mention that there's these colors here, the greens and the purples and the blue are the host type, the California black oak and coast live oak and canyon live oak, that they represent about 15 million hectares in California forest landscape. So that's a lot of forest and oak habitat and host type that can be infested by this insect. So we really don't want to move it outside of the infested areas. Or if you do have infested wood, you want to make sure you treat it properly so that when you do move it for camping, you know it's safe to move. But really, we want to keep it in the place it's been. So this is a map that shows where GSOB is currently. This is a Cal invasive map. It's on the gsob.org, and this is updated with all the new and existing GSOB locations of infestation centers. So GSOB started here in San Diego County. As was mentioned, it was probably been here since the early 1990s. That's why you have this large distribution of GSOB in the area. But then it spread to Idlewild, San Bernardino, Orange County, Riverside, and LA. And we know that at least in the beginning, when we were first recording GSOB and knew that it was causing this mortality in San Diego County, that this infestation in Idlewild was caused from firewood movement. They did DNA analysis of then GSOB here and then GSOB in San Diego and in Arizona, and it was exactly identical to the one in San Diego. So we knew it was moved from San Diego into Riverside. So firewood is really important, and we want to make sure that we don't move it. There's always new infestations popping up. We try to get the word out and information out about GSOB, but it's really difficult. There's a lot of people. It's hard to reach everybody. But there's some new infestations, one in Orange County, that's 13 miles away. So again, that's really farther than this insect can fly. So it's just reiterating the point that GSOB is spread by firewood. And there's a new infestation in San Diego County and the Palo Band of Mission Indians. That's the first infestation there, and they're really concerned about it. As mentioned earlier, oaks are really important to Native Americans, to their culture, to their traditions. So they have found a couple of trees that were infested, seen here on the left, but they have a lot of trees that are huge and beautiful and magnificent, as seen on the right, that they want to protect. So they're trying to manage this infestation early, so hopefully they can protect these large, beautiful trees. So now we want to get into the management of GSOB. We know how important it is, how much firewood, how much wood there is on the landscape, how many trees can be infected, but managing it is really an important issue. So this tree right here, I'll come back to this tree in a little bit, but this is a California black oak in Idlewild, and this was a heavily infested tree. So I want you guys to remember this tree, and we're going to come back to it. But this just shows that you have these large trees that are really infested. This was in the town center. And so you have these large diameter trees, and there's a lot of wood to deal with. Here's another tree that was infested. So you have a lot of these California black oaks up in the Idlewild area that are heavily infested. So what are the GSOB management steps? So first, you want to prevent it, right? We don't want GSOB spread. You don't want to import it. You don't want to export it, and that spread through firewood. So you want to make sure that you're preventing that GSOB spread through firewood. So you want to make sure that the firewood, if you're looking at it, make sure it doesn't have those D-shaped exit holes. You don't see any staining on the wood, which could be indicative of GSOB, as well as other things. You want to make sure that it doesn't have the galleries. You just want to make sure that you're being diligent and looking at the wood, knowing where you're getting it from, making sure it's not infested. And education, we want to educate the community, educate everybody that we can about GSOB and how important it is, and invasive insects in general, not moving firewood and spreading these insects around. Rapid response plan, what to do, what happens if GSOB is discovered in your area. So you want to have a plan ahead of time, because you want to make sure you have those resources and agencies and people that are going to actually help out when and if GSOB comes to your area. So how are you going to remove the trees? Where are you going to dispose of them? How are you going to manage them? All those things need to be discussed and kind of planned out, so you're ready if GSOB does come to your area. And detection and monitoring, I'm going to go into all of these into more detail in a minute. That's really important, knowing where GSOB is and keeping an eye on it, knowing where your trees are and if they're infested before is also really important. Removing those amplifier trees, or those high-risk hazard trees, to reduce those GSOB populations that exist in those trees are really important. And managing the infested wood, you want to reduce that beetle population and spread. So that's hugely important, and that's what I'm going to talk about in greater depth in a minute. And protection, you can protect treating a high-value trees, landscape trees. It's not ideal for a landscape setting, but if you have high-value trees, those can be treated if they're in the right condition to reduce the loss of GSOB. And then restoration. Chris went over this really well about restoration and planning and all the processes you need to think about doing a restoration planning. But you want to try to replace those oaks that are lost to GSOB. So prevention, education, and management and planning. I mean, so you just want to, we have these billboards that are around Southern California to just remind people as they're driving on the highway, don't move firewood, buy it where you burn it. So if you're camping, buy firewood there, don't bring it with you. I know it may be cheaper, but you have that risk of moving invasive insects, especially GSOB. Firewood, as I mentioned, is a really important investment. People like to heat their homes with it, especially oak firewood. As I mentioned, they use it. So you can buy firewood through trucks, oak firewood for barbecues, but really you want to get the word out about not moving oak firewood. So we're trying to hit people with that. We have community events such as the one seen here. We try to educate the community. This was up in San Bernardino, I believe, where they found a new infestation of GSOB in Oak Glen. So we're educating the community up there. what to do, how to look for it. So really getting the word out is really important. And then we have those community preparedness plans. So this is on gsob.org. It goes into what you need to do to have your community prepared, what you need to think about if and when you guys do get GSOB. Hopefully you don't, but if you do, you want to be prepared for it. And then you want to detect and monitor it. So you want to make sure you're outside looking at your trees. Look for the symptoms that they had mentioned: the staining, the D-shaped exit holes, woodpecker feeding, and that sort of thing. So you can look out, just go out and look at your trees physically. We do a lot of events and education with many agencies, utility company, fire safe council, and other groups, volunteer citizens, and tree care professionals. Besides looking at the trees itself, also look at firewood. We were at one place and one of our colleagues was looking at firewood. She was on vacation and noticed that some of the firewood, oak firewood at a barbecue pit, had D-shaped exit holes, and it was GSOB. So we went out and confirmed that those trees actually were infested with GSOB on the property, and they didn't know it from moving in infested firewood. So look at firewood as well. We tell that to everybody that we talk about GSOB with. I always carry one of these cards in my pocket. I'm sure many of you have seen them. They're about the size of a credit card, but they're really handy to have because those D-shaped exit holes, they're smaller than you think. You really need to have an eye trained for them. So this is super helpful to have. It goes over, it shows the susceptible hosts, the crown, what the crown looks like after it's infested. On the back side, it has a D-shaped exit hole punched out, and that's seen here and here of the exact size. So you can put it up to the tree or firewood piece and see if that actually is indeed GSOB. You have the larval galleries and then what the insect looks like and the larvae it looks like itself. There's a ruler here so you can put up to the hole, make sure it's 3 millimeters in size. So it's super important, super handy to have, and I always carry it to him that are concerned looking for GSOB. So you also want to be proactive, right? So you want to look on your property. If you have a property of oaks and if you're concerned about some of them, go out and monitor them. Look at them once a year. It's all it takes. Look at them. Just you can do a brief assessment of health on your trees. Just look at the species of the trees, the relative health of the crown. Is it healthy? Less healthy? Is it in trouble? Something's going on. Maybe the diameter of it. And just you can make a map. Just print a map off of Google Earth. You can mark the trees, and then make a inventory form, and just keep a rating of each tree. That way, each year you can look at these trees and assess them and see how they're doing. Are they getting better? Are they staying the same? Are they looking a little worse? And we have an idea what's going on. And these crown ratings you see here, and emergence hole ratings and bark stain ratings, that is associated with GSOB, and that's on the forest insect and disease leaflet. And that associates with different crowns. Is it healthy? And percent dieback. So there's different stages of dieback, number of emergence holes, but that's all described in there. We can go into that later if anybody has any questions. So again, just to reiterate how this insect has moved, it started off in San Diego, and then it moved to Idlewild, Riverside, and then Weir, Orange County, and then LA, and then Riverside, and then San Bernardino. So it's jumped around, and obviously this has been moved most likely from firewood. We haven't detected any, as you saw the map before, any continuances of GSOB throughout these areas. So most likely it was spread by firewood. So management steps. So you want to remove those amplifier trees or trees that have a lot of exit holes. Usually these trees, for one reason or another, either they have a thicker foam layer or they seem to be more attractive to these insects. So these usually have a lot of the GSOB population in there. So you want to remove them just to reduce that population of the adults in the environment. And here's again what those insects look like. You can, if you're not sure what you're seeing, you can just chop back on the outer bark just 1/4 inch, and you'll see the prepupa or the pupa and the hairpin formation, and that you can confirm is GSOB if you're unsure. You don't necessarily need to chop back way into the cambium layer and damage that tree that much. You can just chip back into the bark a little bit and see if you see any of these guys. And so removing amplifying trees, this is that tree in Idlewild, that California black oak I mentioned earlier as a presentation. This is a huge tree. They were removing it, and as they were removing it, some pieces of bark were falling off. So a couple colleagues of mine, Tom Scott, who was on the seminar, and Kevin Turner decided to take some of these pieces of bark and see just how many adults would emerge out of this. So they have about a 3 foot by 3 foot section, put it in a barrel and covered it. And this is what they found after, oops, it is here. That these are the adults that emerge from that 3 foot by 3 foot sections. And here you're seeing is about 60 adults, but overall over the time the adults emerged, about 200 adults emerged from that little bit of bark. So it's really important to properly manage this wood. And I'm getting into that in a minute right now. So there's many different methods. You can season it. This is in San Diego, where you have a heavily infested area. The trees in the back most of them have been killed by GSOB. We don't really recommend this huge area of seasoning just because you can have those adults emerging, but this is an idea this guy had. But you want to make sure that you're strategic about it, that he had it roped off here. He had these in here that were year 1 or year 2, seasoned for 2 years, seasoned for 1 year. So these insects can remain in this wood for up to 2 years. So you want to make sure that wood, if you're selling it or seasoning it, is make sure the bark is falling off, that the wood is dry enough, that bark is falling off, and those insects are no longer in that wood. And the bark is really, really dry that they can't complete the rest of their life cycle. So this is an idea, but not really highly recommended. And also, you don't want to store untreated wood next to healthy trees, because if insects emerge, then they can attack those healthy trees. As Bea mentioned, these GSOB attack healthy trees. The trees do not need to be stressed for them to attack. So one way you can manage the wood is to remove the bark. So here is wood that can be used for firewood or what have you. All the bark is removed. The GSOB lives in that outer bark. It does not live inside the wood. It just feeds at that cambium interface. So any wood any bark that's removed, that this wood is left behind is totally fine. You can see the galleries here scored on this tree. But it's really difficult to remove the bark. They've debarked it through a wood splitter, through a chainsaw. There's attachments that attach to a chainsaw that can debark wood. But any of you guys have known who deal with wood or have seen how thick coast live oak or California black oak bark is. It's really thick and really hard to get out. So it's really time consuming, but this is an option that you want to do. But you also want to treat that bark, right? Because that bark lives in there. I mean, the GSOB lives in there. So you want to make sure you treat that bark, not just throw it off to the side and thinking you're fine. But if you do debark it, that wood is perfectly fine to use. Another way to treat or to manage the infested wood is to cover it. This won't kill the insects. As Bea mentioned, these insects can live in hot weather. They recorded the temperature on their tarps to 125 degrees Fahrenheit. So this does not kill the insect. It just contains them until they die. There's no food source. When GSOB emerges, they need to feed on the leaves in order to become sexually mature and mate. So if they're in here, there's no food source, so they eventually will die. So this is what this covering of this pieces of infested wood will do. You can tarp it. I'm going to make sure that the edges are completely sealed off so those insects don't emerge. Tarping is okay, but we really over time have preferred that you use aluminum screening, and I'll show that in a little bit, but you want to screen the wood, make sure all the edges are closed over. So those insects are just going to try to get out. They're going to try to find their way out, and they've got nothing but time but to try to find their way out through little edges in here. So tarping is a good idea. but you have to maintain it. And so you have to constantly keep looking at your pile and doing repairs. These are pines. This is the same tarping that's recommended for GSOB. They covered it in the early fall, and then it rained. This is an Idlewild, and just a little bit of water caused that tarp to split. So you do a lot of repairs. You can see he found some splits earlier, try to use some material to seal those seams, but it's kind of a fruitless effort. So you can tarp, but you just have to make sure you keep an eye on that tarp and make sure there's no holes. Make sure it doesn't fly off like this. This wasn't done very well. You can't just put a tarp on and hold it down with pieces of firewood. You want to make sure it's buried underneath so the insects can't get out. You can see a hole right here in the tarp. Some people, also in the tarps, this wood retains a lot of moisture with the heat and the moisture from the wood. You can have a buildup of mold. So some people decided to put a screening to let the airflow movement, but there still is a lot of moisture in here, but the tarp's still ripped. So you really don't want to do that. We recommended fiberglass screening, but that also wasn't sufficient. These insects chewed right through it. As you can see here, and there's holes. So that's not really effective as well. So what we found to be the best containment method is aluminum screening. It's a little bit more expensive, but once you cover it up and seal it properly, then you're pretty much good until that wood dries out over for the next couple of years. You can be like this guy who took it to the next level. Instead of doing a little bit of firewood, he tarped his entire California black oak. He did a really good job. That's all aluminum screening. So he's covered it all up. He buried it about a foot under the ground. So there's no way these insects, once they emerge from this wood, can fly and infect the trees behind him. So we'll have to wait a few years for that wood to dry out. But once he does, he can process that wood fine. As long as that bark is, that wood is dried out, that wood is okay, will not harbor GSOB. So you can also grind the wood. That's another option you can do if you don't have the space or the resources to tarp it or aluminum screen it. You can chip it. Chipping is really effective. You want to chip it to 3 inches or less. There's many methods you can do it. You can use tub grinders, horizontal grinders. You'll use an Idlewild. You want to make sure it's chipped about 3 inches or less. They've done studies. They made little molds of GSOB, the same shape and structure as the GSOB adults. They put those through the grinders, and almost all of those were destroyed when the wood was chipped to 3 inches or less. So once you have that chipped, you can use that. Here's what the product looks like. So you can use it for a mulch on your property or that sort of thing. But you also want to make sure that the area can support a lot of mulch. If you have a lot of trees, this is a self-propelled whole tree chipper that was used by the Forest Service that chipped about 50 trees in a day. You want to make sure that the site can hold mulch, because if you have a lot of mulch around your site, it could become a fire hazard. So just keep that in mind. But it is a very effective way to control the wood. To control GSOB. And this is a good way. If you debark the wood, you chip those bark to 3 inch minus, and then that bark is properly managed, and you can use that debarked wood for firewood or what you need to use it for. Other options for managing, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, are insecticides, and these are really to protect high-value trees. It's not really practical or economical to try to treat every oak tree on your property from GSOB using insecticides. So it's really just for high value trees. And you want to make sure that their situations are appropriate for treatments. GSOB is close by. So you want to make sure you're not 50 miles away. If you're in the area and GSOB is close by, then you can treat your trees. You want to make sure that they are at the right diameter. GSOB really likes the larger diameter trees. They don't attack anything really under 8 inches. So there's no need to spray or inject or to treat small diameter trees. You want to make sure that the tree health and vigor is still really good in your trees you're trying to save. Severely infested trees really are not going to benefit from any treatments that you provide to them, whether contact or systemic. And make sure the health rating is less than 3. So I mentioned those health ratings earlier. This is a 1, so it's healthy. 5, you have 10 to 25% crown loss. So that's about as high as you want to go. It's just a little bit of tip dieback. If you have about 25 to 50% of your tree showing crown loss, it's thinning, the twigs are dying back, you have some larger branches dying back, then that's not a good source. It's not a good candidate tree to actually treat. And then you want to make sure you have less than 25 emergence holes. As Bea mentioned, we usually use about 25, 30 exit holes as a general idea of how the tree is doing and how the infestation, that's usually considered pretty high. But again, it depends on the tree. You can have, and the size of the tree, if you have 40 exit holes on a 12 diameter tree, it's a lot different than 40 exit holes on a 40 diameter tree. So it depends on what tree you're looking at and the crown condition. But these treatments can be useful if used properly. And you want to hire a properly licensed or certified pesticide applicator to administer these treatments. So there are a couple of treatments. You can do a contact insecticide where just the trunk is sprayed and possibly some large scaffolding branches. The crown is not sprayed to reduce any secondary effects of other insects. It just shows that the bowl is sprayed in some of the larger branches to prevent GSOB from infecting those. And these need to be reapplied annually. You want to have these applied before the insect emerges. So around April, May would be a good time to have these sprayed, even a little earlier, but around that area would be good. Those when the insects are starting to emerge. And that way when the insects do land, lay their eggs on there and the larvae start to chew into that bark, they come in contact with that insecticide and they die back. Also, what we found is if you have GSOB that are in the tree, your tree is infested just slightly, when those adults emerge, they will die back. They will die as they start to chew out that bark. They make their D-shaped exit hole. They'll chew and they'll ingest some of that chemical and they'll die back. The damage that they have caused in the tree is already done, but they won't emerge and spread to lay more eggs and start that life cycle over again. You can also do systemic insecticides, and these are good for up to 2 years. You inject them in the base of the tree. So this reduces the risk of any secondary effects to other insects, but you are creating holes in the tree, and after a few years, you have a lot of holes that are put in the tree, right? So you have these, the year 1, and then year 2, you may go up here, and then year 3. So you have a lot of trees that are being put, a lot of holes that are being put in your tree, and those are wounds, right? So you could have secondary diseases or cankers come into those holes and cause another problem with your tree. So there's pros and cons to think about for each one. So again, I just want to show this life cycle. So the contact insecticide, you want to usually do it around May, depending where you are. When GSOB emerges, you can do it in April or May, but just before they emerge is ideal. Systemic insecticide, you want to do it when the trees are uptaking water, so you get good uptake throughout the tree. You can start in November, whenever there's rain. That is actually obviously changing throughout Southern California, but you want to make sure those trees are actually translocating. So usually around the winter time and up through May or March would probably be good, February, to make sure that chemical is distributed throughout the tree and effective when those insects try to enter that tree. You can grind those trees all year long. It doesn't matter. You can want them to grind to the 3-inch Mayas or less. That can be done anytime during the year. And then you want to tarp. You really want to tarp those trees throughout the summer, but really you want to tarp them for a couple years before you can use that wood. Make sure those that wood is really seasoned, the bark's falling off, the wood is dry, so the chance of spreading GSOB is minimal. I showed this as well, but you can find a lot of information at gsob.org. You can report suspected GSOB. There's a Cal Invasive website that I showed earlier, and Bea showed this as well. This is also on the gsob.org. You can see the distribution of GSOB, so you can look where you are and see how close GSOB is to you, so you can start to prepare or start to think about if GSOB is close and what you need to do. There's also a story map on gsob.org that goes into spotopora management. So it has flow charts. This shows the distribution of where these insects are, and this is the risk of suitable habitat and the risk of getting infected. So you can so you scroll further down, it shows you how to manage infested wood. It talks about grinding, containment, seasoning, and debarking. We'll go through a flow chart, and you just scroll down, you follow that flow chart, and will lead you to what the best treatment for your situation is. Also, it does the same thing for preventative treatments. So it does for insecticides. So again, you follow the flow chart. Is your tree infected with GSOB? No. Then there's other options. Yes. Is it heavily infested? It goes through the same flow chart, and it gives you the pros and cons of each and what to consider, what treatment you want to do. And I think with that, I will take any questions. And here, if you have any further questions, there's my contact information, my email. So feel free to email me anytime.
Thank you so much, Kim. That was awesome. Looks like we do have a few questions in the chat. Ophelia Lichtenheld asks, I have lots of fallen oaks that are probably killed by GSOB. I was planning on making wood chips to install in the orchard, which is nearby the oak trees. Can GSOB move from the wood chips to infest new oak trees that are nearby?
That's a good question. As long as the wood is chipped to less than 3 inches and less, then no. It's not 100%, but it's like 98% sure that those GSOB are killed, and that wood chips are about as good as you're going to get. If you can chip them less than 3 inches, 1 inch, then you're definitely 100% sure. But more than likely, 98% you can use those in your orchard, and you should be fine. Yes.
All right. Next question. Randall Oliver asks, "What does GSOB eat? Is it the wood tissue?"
That's a good question. Thanks, Randall. They feed at that cambium interface, so they do score. They eat the phloem, and they score that cambium. So they do eat that tissue right in there. The larvae feed on there. They create those gaps, mature, and then they bore out into the bark, and they'll eat a little bit as they bore out through the bark as well. But they really feed on that nutrient source rich tissue right at that cambium interface where it's making the xylem and the phloem.
An anonymous attendee asks, do you recommend removing low infestation trees, less than 10 exit holes, if funds are available? For the high infestation trees, what is the cheapest method for removal and treatment?
So,
oh, Kim, we're losing you. Kim, we're losing you a little bit. I think your internet isn't working. Shoot. Okay. Looks like Kim has lost her audio for a second. So she says she'll be back in a minute. I think she's going to try to call back in because I believe she was on a phone call. So we'll see it. It might take her just a second to get back on. In the meantime, I answered another question of how do you find licensed insecticide applicators? We have some tips on gsob.org, and it looks like Bea is also providing an answer to that question. So keep an eye on the Q&A box.
Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
Sorry about that. My phone cut out.
Oh, no worries. We've still got a couple more minutes to answer one or two more questions. So I believe the question was, do you recommend removing low infestation trees if funds are available? And then if it's a high infestation, what are the cheapest options?
Yeah, for a low infestation tree, if funds are available, I would probably recommend to treat it if you want to save that tree. It's up to you if you want to remove it, but if you're worried, but if you treat that tree continually, they've shown in areas where they treat these trees that GSOB really, you can really control it in that area. So it's definitely up to you, but I wouldn't recommend removing low infested trees. And then for a high infestation tree, the best way would be to probably to cut it down and chip it might be the best way. And there are funds available depending on where you're located. So you can contact one of us or your local fire safe council, and they can be in touch with people where they might have some funds. But the best way to remove that is to remove the whole tree, because it is a high infested tree, right? So you want to make sure you get that population out of the area. So removing it and chipping it would probably be the best option for a high infested tree.
All right, we've got time for one more question. And then if there's any further questions, Kim, perhaps you can answer them textually in the chat box. All right, last question is from Nathan Liu. Can the bark and cambium tissues be buried to effectively manage GSOB?
Yeah, that can work as well. GSOB can't dig out, so if you debark the tree and bury that, then that will also be a good management option. Probably to a depth of like 8 inches or so would probably be good. The deeper the better, but about 6 to 8 inches is probably effective, where these insects won't be able to crawl out through that soil to actually emerge. So that is a good way to manage that wood.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kim, and thanks for your talk. The remaining questions can be answered textually. All right, so we are moving into our next speaker, or two speakers actually. They're two folks with the Inland Empire Resource Conservation District. It's Adrian Poloni, who's a forester there, and Alex Chacon, who's a forest health specialist, and they'll be presenting jointly. So if you folks are ready, then go for it.
Great. Can everyone see my screen?
Looks good.
Great. So yeah, my name is Alex Chacon. I'm with the Inland Empire Resource Conservation District. I'm going to be presenting with Adrian Poloni on a case report, GSOB monitoring in the Inland Empire in the San Bernardino Mountains area. Just for a quick overview, we're going to go into an introduction of IERCD and the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, or RFFC for short, which we use for funding for a lot of this work. I'm going to be looking at a little bit of history of GSOB within our district, and then our programs that we offer, including residential surveys, long-term monitoring plots on the San Bernardino National Forest, as well as monitoring in the Edgar Canyon area, and some summary and conclusions with thoughts on oak woodland restoration. So who we are at IERCD, we're a special district, similar to like water districts, school districts, but we're approximately 1,300 square miles of public and private lands in San Bernardino and Riverside counties, responsible for the preservation and wise management of natural resources in the Inland Empire, including watershed, mountains, and oak woodlands. Our district boundaries north include most of the San Bernardino National Forest, excluding the crystalline and Lake Arrowhead areas. But we do provide services to those areas as part of a memorandum of understanding we have with our partner RCD, the Mojave Desert RCD to the north. And as far as who we are and what we do, we have programs in education. We do work on habitat restoration, sustainable agriculture, and forestry. And through the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, which is a statewide program awarded by the California Natural Resources Agency, funded through California's Cap and Trade Program. Its goal is to increase regional capacity to prioritize, develop, and implement projects related to forest health and fire resiliency. These are done through non-competitive block grants awarded to regions in California to support fire preparedness and restoring forest health, with a focus on planning and capacity building. As opposed to, say, CALFIRE and other state grants, which are more heavily focused on implementation. There are a few of the RFFC grantees in the state. IERCD became the block grant recipient for RFFC in the San Bernardino region in 2019. In 2021, funds expanded to 12 to 16 statewide grantees. And IERCD uses this funding to support forest health and fire resiliency work in the San Bernardino Mountains and the adjacent foothill communities, including with our partner RCD to the north through that memorandum of understanding. And we also serve parts of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. And in total, $3.6 million invested towards the biggest impact projects for capacity building and planning. We collaborate with dozens of partners to apply this funding in the region to perform environmental analysis needed to get forest projects moving, implementing demonstration projects focused on improving forest health to reduce the risk of wildfires, building capacity within regional forest and fire agencies to increase project readiness, support and help establish new fire safe councils in the region. Just a couple of our partners that we work with up below. What that kind of looks like. This is an example of some projects that we've helped fund NEPA analysis for these larger landscape level projects, including North Big Bear Landscape Restoration Project, 13,000 acres, Lytle Creek Hazardous Fuels Reduction, these various landscape level fuels reduction projects across the San Bernardino Mountains as a whole. This funding can also be allocated for community wildfire protection plans, and we've subgranted with the Inland Empire Fire Safe Alliance that developed these CWPPs for local communities, including Angeles Oaks, Little Mountain, Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, Mount Baldy, Lytle Creek, Running Springs, Wrightwood, and others. And we've been able to include new and updated CWPPs as part of this work. Some examples of these projects include supporting East Little Mountain Fire Safe Council for prescribed grazing project. And we are currently working with other agencies for a broader grazing management plan across the San Bernardino Mountains. And how this connects with GSOB. So GSOB in the Inland Empire, it was first detected in Oak Glen by CALFIRE in November of 2018. Since then, it has spread to Big Bear in 2019, Wrightwood in 2019, Forest Falls in 2020, and the city of Yucaipa in 2021. We identified GSOB monitoring, outreach, and treatment as key components to management. And in 2019, we allocated $100,000 in RFFC funding towards GSOB management. Using this funding, we've expanded our GSOB work over the past 3 years to include private landowner surveys in infested areas. We've been able to establish San Bernardino National Forest surveillance blocks and other assorted surveys on private and public lands. So oaks in the Inland Empire, there is a lot of oak habitat within our district boundaries and the San Bernardino Mountains as a whole. This is CalVeg Zone 8 regional dominance types showing the distributions of dominant vegetation. You can see coast live oak in the light blue, canyon oak in the light green, black oak in the dark green, and a yellow pine mixed conifer forest in the yellow, which black oak does propose a key player in those kind of ecosystems. Pretty widely distributed across the San Bernardino Mountains and other portions of our district area. And as far as these private landowner surveys, since 2019, IERCD has provided GSOB surveys for private landowners from November through May. And as part of these surveys, we offer services to landowners affected by GSOB, including inspections of oaks on private properties, technical advice for GSOB management, and we do offer a limited removal for heavily infested trees. We work with multiple agencies on this. CALFIRE assists us with these removals. We work with the Mountain Rim Fire Safe Council to do a lot of the outreach work. Some outreach programs such as Is There a Killer Lurking in Your Firewood? GSOB.org kind of raise awareness of the beetle and the problem that it poses. As far as these oak inspections that we do, oaks on properties near structures and buildings are tagged, mapped, and systematically inspected for GSOB. We generate a map of the property and data are made showing the oaks surveyed and their infestation levels. And these properties range from larger private campgrounds with hundreds of trees to individual smaller residences, some with even less than 10 trees. This is just an example of survey work we did this past year in Oak Glen, showing the different infestation levels within those classes. And we do generate maps like these for individual landowners on their individual parcels to kind of show them what the oaks on the property, infestation levels that they are dealing with, and kind of manage that. So as far as our most recent findings over this past season, we surveyed 17 properties across Oak Glen, Yucaipa, and Forest Falls. Again, those range in size from larger private campgrounds with hundreds of trees to individual private residences. We surveyed 18,051 oaks, and we found 364 infested. Kind of breaking down into the species, Quercus kellogii, black oak, was the majority of oaks that we surveyed, primarily in the Oak Glen area. We also surveyed a coast live oak, canyon oak, and we did include actually 9 hybrid oracle oaks and 5 interior live oaks, neither of which we found any infestation levels. But one trend that we have kind of noticed in areas with multiple susceptible hosts, GSOB preferentially targeted black oak, Quercus kellogii, that we've noticed in our surveys. And kind of what we do with this information, we provide technical advice. During our first year of this program, we offered chemical treatments during our first round of surveys in 2019, but we quickly realized that ongoing management would be infeasible and impractical to go back every year, provide chemical treatments on these oaks. So we made a goal to kind of empower landowners to steward trees on their own properties, using these surveys as a tool to provide outreach and education, and to kind of let these landowners know the threat that GSOB poses. We show them how to spot signs of the beetle, and we provide information on management options, management practices they can use to protect trees on their property. We offer limited support for removals of amplifier trees as well. So for these amplifier trees, as we've been discussing, removals of these amplifier trees provides this opportunity to reduce local populations of GSOB. We use our survey data to identify amplifier trees and target them for removal. If we're unable to remove, we provide resources to the landowners on forestry vendors and best management practices to avoid further spread of the beetle. It's how to properly tarp wood, using that aluminum mesh screening, chipping wood, debarking, them all the kinds of resources to empower them to be able to take care of some of that work themselves. Since 2019, IERCD has removed 51 of these amplifier trees identified from our surveys. And the way we go about this, through CALFIRE, we partner with them to perform the removals. Eligible removal trees are cut down or debarked 10 feet from the ground with the bark and the fines chipped. These bark sections, which you can see at the lower left there, as well as the trunk above 10 feet, are bucked and left to the landowners to keep as firewood. So jumping into our San Bernardino National Forest long-term surveillance, we've established long-term surveillance plots across the San Bernardino National Forest in assistance with U.S. Forest Service, who identified key areas of oak habitat in a variety of site usage types, such as admin and communications, recreational sites, and Forest Service roads. While GSOB hasn't been found in the majority of the SBNF, surveillance of these plots long-term will be important to track spread as it occurs. For what that looks like, these layers provided us to U.S. Forest Service are oak habitat across a variety of site usage types, and in particular areas where NEPA analysis has already been done for other reasons, so that if we do find GSOB in these areas, they'd be able to remove them relatively quickly. Across the San Bernardino National Forest, we've established 29 of these plots, which you can see in the pink, the pink circles. Thus far, we only identified GSOB in some of our plots in Forest Falls, kind of at the bottom right there that you can see. So we established 29 of these plots across Big Bear, Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs, and Forest Falls, including 510 trees, 292 oaks, and we identified 9 infested oaks, all within 4 plots in Forest Falls. We included data on other trees as well to just kind of get that forest compositional data. And the goal will be to have these plots resurveyed annually to monitor for changes, possible new infestations, and to provide opportunities for windshield surveys while we're kind of going out there chasing these plots and revisiting them. And I can pass it over to Adrian to present our other monitoring, including Edgar Canyon in Yucaipa and Oak Glen.
Great, thanks Alex. Thumbs up if you can hear me. Great, so I can't really point here, but what I want in the next couple of slides talk about other monitoring that IRCD does, and this was a little bit of a serendipity, but if you look just to the right of the A on Yucaipa, you'll see there's the confluence of 3 different oak species. And IRCD staff was out there looking at the same vegetation layer, looking for Acer negundo or box elder, part of our monitoring program for invasive shot-hole borer. And one of the parcels was this Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. If you can see that bottom right image right there, you have water infrastructure, coast live oak to the left, and in between that tank and that mobile unit, there's some box elder without leaves, but some of our staff was out there surveying and deploying traps for invasive shot-hole borer. And next slide. We actually found in that same May a GSOB infested tree, so that oak to the right was infested, and then through leveraging some of those RFFC funds that Alex just mentioned earlier, we were able to return in the winter of 2022 and systematically survey as many oaks as we can in that 165-acre property. So there to the right, in the winter 2022, you can see our crews taking basic stand data in these oak woodlands, which included diameter at breast height, examining the bottom 8 feet of the trunk and the bole for GSOB exit holes, for any other biotic disturbance agents, and abiotic disturbance agents like fire or wounds. We also measured their canopy height, total tree height, and used the same criteria to evaluate these individual trees for GSOB injury. Next slide. Oh, I'm missing something. Great. So what were the objectives? One was to establish these long-term monitoring of individual trees to investigate tree characteristics associated with GSOB, and then to document these spatial temporal dynamics from all of these trees that we surveyed for GSOB, especially in these kind of mixed oak stands. And then lastly, to investigate characteristics of hybrid oaks, because this included hybrid oaks, as if they're infested by gold-spotted oak borer or correlate with any infestation severity. And of course, this could be over time. This is just year one. And then you see our team there, just right off side of the road that district uses for access to their pumps. You have two trees that look healthy, and the tree behind one of our technicians there, Sam, is actually just fading completely, all of its foliage, and this is just in February. Next slide. So great, some preliminary results. I think Alex, you gotta click one more button. There we go, cool. So it's about 640 oaks surveyed, primarily coast live oak. Total of those, just 33 were infested, all in lower stations, so they had less than 25 or less than 10 exit holes. So in total, from all these trees that we surveyed within that canyon, only 6% trees were infested. This is just 1 year of surveying in this canyon, all those oaks. So our plan is to return and individually survey these trees again over time. Next slide. So spatial temporal dynamics of GSOB in these mixed oaks. We're going to find out, because we got to go back, like I said before, is to resurvey these individual trees and visit those little individual dots. So you can kind of see some of those, some of that playing out with what you see on the screen. So you see those yellow, red, and orange, but also trying to pick apart why, if possible, why some trees are infested or not. So if you can see on that top right image, the coast live oak to your right, that one had GSOB exit holes over 23, and the oak to the left of it had 0. So trying to tease apart that, but we're going to need year 2 of data collection. Next slide. And again, to investigate characteristics of hybrid oak. So we did detect, like I said, about 35 individual records of hybrid oaks. So we're going to be returning to those to see if these are infested or not over time. But again, that takes another 2 to 3 years of data collection. That's what we're going to be doing. So I'll just kind of end with stay tuned for other monitoring at Adrian. Next slide. So in summary, the RCD is a special district that supports natural resource management in IE, or just specifically think Oak Woodlands, San Bernardino Mountains. So this includes Oak Woodlands with different management histories, different communities, different management objectives. To do that, RFFC is a statewide program that arrived at IRCD, and with these funds at a region-wide planning and capacity building for forestry, forest health, and fire resiliency. Those funds include work that's directly for monitoring and management of gold-spotted oak borer and has the potential for oak woodland restoration. Next slide. So thinking about those three, that program, the district, and what projects we described, some thoughts on oak woodland restoration. From our surveys, like private properties comprise large areas of oak woodlands in wildland urban interfaces. So this is what Alex explained of engaging landowners and management is really key to protecting oaks in local communities. You've heard from our annual monitoring, both on the San Bernardino National Forest and on these private properties or in special districts. That monitoring will assist in tracking the spread across not only San Bernardino National Forest, but also in private property. And lastly, these systematic surveys of mixed oak stands can inform management, which may include restoration. So these management efforts where gold spotted oak borer is moving in and affecting oak stands over time. Next slide. So yes, we'll end with acknowledgements. First to UCCE for the invitation and everyone that helped put together and set this up, especially Rob Fadija for putting all this together, and of course, all of our collaborators, because none of this work we'd be able to present would not be possible without the help of our crews here at IRCD and all the collaborators, the agencies and partners we have on screen. So thanks again, and I think we're right at 21 minutes, so we got time for questions, either on the chat. Let's hear it, Annika.
All right, thank you so much, Alex and Adrian. That was really cool. Looks like we've got 2 questions from Nathan Liu. The first one is, what is the typical cost for monitoring and surveying per acre per year?
So it's a little bit difficult to answer that because we do this on this kind of a landowner basis, and it really varies in location and the density that we see in some of these properties. Last year was the first year that we kind of systematized our protocol for GSOB management, and we're looking this year into answering some of those questions on the budgeting and figuring out exactly some of those answers as we expand this program going forward.
Nathan also has a question. What is the typical cost for removing and processing amplifier trees?
Yeah, so for these removals, we first started doing these surveys in 2019. We went through a private vendor to remove and debark them. And we found that was quite costly. I think it was around ballpark of 1,000, 1,200 or 300 per tree. We ended up going through CALFIRE, which proved to be significantly cheaper. But that does pose different issues. It can be a little bit difficult getting set schedules and exact timeframes on some of these removals. Other times, their work that they do, primarily with fire, definitely takes precedent over some of these GSOB removals. So it can be a little bit more difficult to schedule long-term with them. And
sorry. Go ahead, please.
Our systematized survey protocol, a lot of that is done through Survey 123 and Collector on ArcGIS Online. Of it is basic information such as DBH, tree height, species, location, exit hole count, crown rating. A lot of that was through a lot of that the U.S. Forest Service's forest health, insect, and disease leaflet. And maybe Adrian can talk a little bit about the monitoring protocol for Edgar Canyon.
Yes, for the Edgar Canyon project, we use a similar, so we base it off fiddle, using the fiddle of the forest insect disease leaflet. Maybe that can be put in the chat box. And it was also on the screen. A lot of what Kim presented were just kind of snip images of that PDF. So using the same evaluation criteria for canopy, for GSOB exit holes, for staining, for woodpecker foraging, we use the same protocol. So this can be transferred from that incidental kind of survey and monitoring we're doing in this individual parcel over a large area of oak woodlands to kind of individual cut parcels in private property like Oak Glen, or to the U.S. Forest Service where we just have a fixed radius plot. So we're using the same methods across all three monitoring that we do.
Let's see what else we've got. Are there any other questions for Alex and Adrian? I'm dropping the forest insect and disease leaflet that they mentioned into the chat. It basically outlines the basic evaluation steps for assessing whether or how badly a tree is infested. Any more questions? I'll wait just another minute or two in case anybody's still typing. And as we've got a little bit of time, it's totally fine. All right, well, sounds like we're good on questions and we are running a little bit ahead of schedule, but our next speaker appears to be here, which is awesome. So thank you again so much, Alex and Adrian. Really cool talk. Our next speaker is going to be Nathan Gregory. He's the Vice President and the Chief Conservation Officer of the Irvine Ranch Conservancy in Orange County. The Irvine Ranch Conservancy is actually part of where we're going to be having our field day next week. So he'll be talking a little bit about the work that they've done there. And then next week, if you're meeting with us in person, we'll get to go and see it. So Nathan, if you're ready to go, then the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Hi, everybody, and thanks for the invitation. I apologize, I was kind of a late addition to the roster, so I've been unable to see some of the previous talks. So hopefully what we'll present will not be too redundant. I'm going to focus a little bit more on kind of the broader story of management in Weir Canyon, where we're going to be doing the field visit next week, and kind of oak woodland management in general, in addition to the GSOB of it all, but focusing less probably on the treatment specifics, just because I think that's been covered already. So with that. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see that.
Looks good.
Great. Yeah, so as I said, I'm Nathan Gregory. I'm the Vice President, Chief Conservation Officer at Irvine Ranch Conservancy. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and we are a service provider and manage about 30,000 acres of open space on behalf of Orange County Park, City of Irvine, and City of Newport Beach. Today, I'll be focusing on areas in Orange County parks, but to kind of set the scene a little bit, or to kind of provide this regional context. So the area that we're talking about, and much of the area that we manage as part of the Orange County Central Coastal NCCP HCP Preserve. Much of that is within what I'm showing here, which is the footprint of the historic Irvine Ranch, which was about 90,000 acres. And then as it was purchased in the 70s by the Irvine Company, and as part of the kind of the grand development plan, about 40,000 acres of that has been preserved, and it's now a state and federally recognized natural landmark. And as I said, we manage about 30,000 acres of that. And you sort of see this divide between this, what we call the interior, the central part of the reserve, and then the coastal area, with Irvine, the city of Irvine, main part of the city of Irvine being the dividing area. But within that gradient, from the mountains to the sea, we have a variety of incredible habitats and resources that we are very privileged to manage. Irvine Ranch Conservancy, I said we're a 501c3 nonprofit. Our goals are to ensure the ecological health of urban wildlands over time, but also while encouraging and promoting human behaviors that are compatible with that long-term protection of these lands. So this is kind of, again, showing the hatch lines show the NCCP HCP Reserve. Broadly, we manage this area that's predominantly owned by Orange County Parks, as well as the open space here in the city of Irvine that's yellow with the hatch, and then a little parcel called Buck Gully in the city of Newport Beach. And Weir Canyon, what will be next week, is this area right up in here. But as you can kind of see, so this is, it's a multiple landowners, but also a very diverse and stakeholder network. Because even within this, there are a lot of different stakeholders that, like between the water districts and the federal agencies, state agencies, a lot of different players have a stake in how these areas are managed. And I'll point out too that in addition to the vertical hatch lines, which denote the preserve, we also have areas that are under conservation easement held by a nature conservancy, among others, and that's the horizontal hatch lines there. So diverse array of stakeholders, also diverse array of protections on the land, but still pretty incredible to have this much open space set aside in such a densely populated part of California. As far as Irvine Ranch Conservancy goes, we are organized around several different program areas. We have our kind of threats-based interventions, which is our invasive control and fire prevention activities. Then we have our habitat improvement programs, which are our restoration enhancements. So that's both large scale mitigation habitat restorations that we conduct, as well as smaller scale enhancements of largely intact habitat. Tied to that is a plant materials development program that includes wild seed collection, as well as we have a native seed farm where we bulk out materials that we use to support our restoration work. Our community engagement and education program is primarily recreation activities, but also interpretive activities and other types of work that we use to promote compatible behaviors. And finally, our monitoring research that kind of lets us know how we're doing, keep tabs on the important trends and the resources that we care about. And research also involves extensive collaborations with academic institutions, many of which I will be calling out during this presentation because they were critical in terms of developing the strategy that we use for managing our GSOB population. Zooming out a bit, this shows the historic Irvine Ranch in the broader county context, and you see that there's some degree of continuity with the Cleveland National Forest. So in the interior portion, that we manage, there's actually still quite a bit of intact habitat over quite a large area. And so we still have the full suite of native wildlife in these areas, including a population of mountain lions. Less so in the coastal reserve, which is much more fragmented. Primary habitat types, this shouldn't be a surprise probably to anybody, but coastal sage scrub, grassland, or much of which is degraded, riparian, and then oak woodland, which of course we'll be focusing on today. And I mentioned the kind of complexity of the stakeholder network. This is a non-exhaustive list of many of the agencies and organizations that are either signatories to the NCCP ACP plan or have other stakes in how this area is managed or are contributing to the management more broadly, such as the academic institutions that I mentioned. But it's complicated, but it's also highly collaborative. And I have to say, I've never really worked in an area with such a not only complicated partner network, but also just such a highly collaborative one. So it's been it's been an honor and greatly enervating, I think, to work in a place like this. So we were talking about Weir Canyon. This is a photo from 2016 before a large fire burned through, and also in better days when we had a little bit more rain, and so the nice wildflowers in the foreground. To kind of put it into that landowner context again, we're talking about this area right in here, much of which is covered under that NCCP preserve. And mention that this is all owned by Orange County Parks, which is, in addition to being a landowner, been a critical partner in terms of tackling the GSOB infestation there. So I'll kind of just use Weir Canyon as an example of kind of how management in this context works, as well as give some specifics about our approach to GSOB in this area. The population was first discovered in 2014, and so we've been managing it now for almost 8 years, and it's involved both pretty aggressive treatment as well as a very labor-intensive monitoring effort, although that has changed a bit over time as we've had some success. This map is kind of an example of how things kind of come together. In the early days of the infestation, we didn't really know what we were dealing with, and so there was a coalition of experts that came together to share information and start to develop a plan. And as we were developing our plan for both monitoring and treatment, we were in constant coordination with all these partners that are on the screen. And I saw that Tom Scott is on the call, and I should call him up particularly because Tom, we worked very closely together in the early years, and his research was a critical part of helping us understand what we were dealing with and how to develop our approach, as was California Cooperative Extension, but also Forest Service. The Forest Service entomologists were really important in terms of bringing people together and helping develop the best practices that I'm sure Kim from CALFIRE, so we're kind of going all around the horn here, was able to detail already. And then we'll talk more about kind of the role of the Orange County Fire Authority in the development of these things. And I should point out too, Nature Conservancy having an interest in this area, it was one of their staff that first discovered the infestation. So, and then Natural Communities Coalition here in the top left, that is the nonprofit entity that helps coordinates the management of the reserve. But so as we were figuring this out, so planning and all these partners were helpful, especially for coming from the nonprofit perspective, where getting access to research and resources and the state of the available knowledge was really critical for us to develop our plan. But we came up with a monitoring scheme that involved basically going tree to tree, starting kind of up here. If you can see my cursor, where there's kind of this cluster of red dots. This is an older map, but it shows kind of how we were classifying the trees. And so red indicated a high level of infestation that was more than 10 new holes, basically over time. Blue were uninfested trees, yellow were infested, but not potential amplifiers, or not considered severely infested. Then the X's were the locations where we did removals in the early years of managing. So this were amplifier trees are identified that had a very high number of holes, usually 25 or more, that we removed in the first several years of management. but over time, we kind of branched out from what we decided was the core infestation, where we think the kind of point of infestation was in this central area here, and then started moving down the canyon as well as up. And we're able to catch, the few times that the infestation jumped trees in the early stages of infestation. We've also over time prioritized moving into other woodlands not known to be infested, but to make sure that we are doing the best we can to do early detection. And then these polygons around the different points, these are our spray polygons where we've been doing chemical treatment for several years, where we basically created a buffer around infested trees and neighboring uninfested trees, and use that as a guidelines for how we're going to do the applications. And that's kind of the plan that we've more or less followed over the years. And I'll talk a little bit about at the end about how that's going to change or how it may change moving forward. As I mentioned, the implementation part of the management, critical piece of that were the tree removals. I should mention that one of the big challenges for this, I'm sure everyone can relate, is that GSOB and now shot-hole borer as well, these were emergent threats that our management agreements with our partners with OC Parks just had no way to really account for a problem that was going to be this acute and also this expensive to manage. And so a critical part of this was the partners coming together and figuring out how they could contribute in terms of resources. And so in the early years, OC Parks was able to tap into existing funds or extra funds to help fund the treatment costs, which was the spraying and also the tree removals. But critically, Orange County Fire Authority would come in and especially for trees that were a little bit more remote away from the roads that couldn't be cut down by arborists, were able to debark and cut down amplifier trees in more remote areas. And so that was kind of a nice collaboration where it provided training for the chainsaw crews, but also saved us a lot of money and was really important in terms of removing those amplifier trees in the early stages when it was most critical. In terms of the costs of chemical application over the years, we've been able to, through, again, these broad collaborations, either fund it with grant money from Orange County Fire Authority, or more recently, we've been getting some grant money from the National Forest Foundation, or collaborating with them more and more. And so we've been, as much as possible, been trying to reach out and bring in external funds to help manage this. And luckily, because as the problem became more and more recognized and more of a priority regionally and even at the state level, more and more funds became available. So, and multiple people on this call, I've worked with for years on this, I think can all kind of appreciate how this has come together and how well it's gelled. I think even though it's an emerging problem in a lot of areas, we're very proud of the work that we've done in Weir. And I think GSOB, because of this model, is a tractable problem that we can get a handle on. So yeah, as I said, OC Parks being critical for the implementation piece, Orange County Fire Authority contributing labor to help us with our tree removals, and as well as and then OC Parks helping fund the spraying treatment in the early days. Before I kind of get into more of the complications that go along with oak management and move away from GSOB more specifically, these are a little bit out of date, but this is the results of some of the monitoring that we're doing over time as we started to use contact sprays. And so we were able to track using, again, it's a very labor-intensive monitoring methodology, but a very effective one, and one that we're now trying to kind of replicate, but using drones and other types of approaches that we can use that are less labor-intensive. But what this shows is the increased proportion of surveyed trees that had no new holes, or only 1 to 2 or 3 to 4 new holes. So when we had established our threshold as 10 plus new holes each year, and as part of our monitoring, we would spray paint holes every year that we were detecting. So we're able to figure out like how active the infestation was at the level of the individual tree. And so with, both in combination with the tree removals, but then with the carbol application over the time period from 2016 to 2019, we saw a big increase in the number of trees that were not showing signs of infestation or showing very minor signs of infestation. And then the problematic trees that we were actually having to remove dwindled and dwindled to the point where we have not removed any trees for the last 3 or 4 years. Time is running together with everything going on, but we're really happy to say that we have not been removing any trees from Weir Canyon for several years. And basically because we don't have the amplifiers, and it's allowed us to preserve that canopy especially because we have all kinds of other challenges in Weir Canyon. So this kind of shows one of the things we became very concerned with all the removals was just the loss of canopy cover. And this is an example of kind of some of the most intact oak canopy we have within the canyon. And then areas that were impacted after removals in the most severely infested site. And so obviously, you know, we had to prioritize getting the GSOB population to control, but we were, you know, very concerned about habitat degradation as a result of that. And so, and kind of further evidence of that, we have some aerial imagery that shows, you know, you can sort of see the NDVI here on the lower two panels and the real color image above, but the X's mark where we were doing removals, and you can sort of see that gradually, you know, it's starting to poke holes in the canopy. Then, of course, to make matters worse, in 2017, we had the Canyon 2 fire that burned about 9,000 acres, including pretty much all of Weir Canyon. And so that just kind of added, you know, onto this problem where, you know, we were already dealing with GSOB and the effects of drought impacting the oak woodlands, and then to have the fire come through on top of it was a major issue. And to kind of put it into context, I mean, as everyone understands, you know, the 2 frequent fires are a major issue, but it's especially acute here in the northern part of the reserve, what we call the North Ranch. So this is color-coded to show the number of fires since 1919, and you can see the highest frequency sort of occurring in this part of the North Ranch. And this is very much a function of, and so here would be Weir Canyon up here. It's, you know, right at the edge of the urban wildland interface. The 241 toll road runs through there. We have other roads. Santiago Canyon Road runs kind of through here. So these are all our major ignition hotspots. We also have utility infrastructure all throughout this area that has been the cause of fires in the past. And so, you know, we already are dealing with this and the impacts that, you know, fire is having on the health of oak woodlands, and then, you know, have GSOB on top of it, and then GSOB removals, and then another, you know, fires that came through that were in particular impacting some of our larger, most mature oaks, just because those are the oaks that, you know, when they get to a certain age, they start to be compromised and rot a bit from the inside. And so while most oaks survive these fast burning wind driven grass fires, the older oaks, the ones that kind of have the broadest canopy, are the most susceptible. So here's just a quick shot of part of Weir Canyon, and you can see kind of the houses up here in the background for context before the fire, and then after the fire. And most of the oaks stayed intact, but there was a lot of heat stress, you know, as illustrated by a loss of leaves and other factors. So kind of getting back to this broader oak management question, this is another good example of kind of where all these different partners come together to best, you know, manage these areas in times of crisis. And so a lot of it has to do with on-the-ground coordination. Canyon 2, in particular, we had really great, you know, coordination with the incident command that was happening. We, IRC, contribute to helping, you know, determine where the dozer lines and things like go in after an incident, just so we have kind of the best records available. We also do a lot of resource coordination ahead of time. So we map, you know, highly sensitive habitat areas, but also this is an example of one of our cultural resources, and making sure that that responders are aware and can, as best they can, especially when putting in dozer lines, avoid some of these important habitats. So as long as, you know, fire is such just a fact of life in the management of these areas, it's really great to have these types of relationships where we can you know, best manage that. And then after the fact too, we have resource sharing coming back from Orange County Fire Authority, sharing a lot of data and modeling in terms of fire severity, soil heat severity. This is a map that's sort of showing soil burn severity throughout that Canyon 2 fire, with the red dots showing areas where we lost oak trees. So that helps us identify prairie areas we may want to focus on restoration and enhancement going forward. And then post-fire monitoring, both just in terms of, you know, getting a sense of you know, what was lost in terms of the tree cover in the oaks, but also you know, ongoing GSOB and some wildlife monitoring. You know, just some examples. You know, it's Weir, despite being so close to the wildlife interface, is such an important wildlife habitat area. So trying to get some assessment of the impacts of the fires on the wildlife, how they're displaced, and other factors is really important. I showed you that soil burn severity map. One of the things that we see happening quite a bit in these oak woodlands is where we have snags or dying trees that burn hot and burn up. We get these ash pits, and we've started to see that, just anecdotally, what that means in terms of wildlife impacts. And so, in the immediate after the fire, if we're able to get out fast enough, oftentimes we can get some sense of, say, like small mammal mortalities. But after this fire in particular, we had a strange occurrence where we found the head of a deer in Weir Canyon, which we assume was a mountain lion kill. But then after the fact, one of our cameras caught this image that shows this deer with clearly burn injuries on her back flank being chased by a coyote. And so this is an example where this deer probably stepped in one of those ash pits and then was susceptible to predation by an unusual predator for what happened. So there's just kind of these pile-on effects in terms of the complications from fire. And why I think this is particularly important for oak woodlands is that because they are this really important refugia in terms of shade, but also hydrological protection. Anything that impacts them and their health is going to have follow-on effects with wildlife. So what do we do? As I said, we were very concerned even before the fire about starting to mitigate the effects of reducing the amount of canopy. So we started a restoration and enhancement project in the area. This is an example of us planting acorns, I think, in the aftermath of the fire. But we were able to go to California Department of Fish and Wildlife and get money to do essentially a oak enhancement or oak restoration experiment, where we looked at different areas within Weir Canyon that we presumed differed in terms of the hydrology from the top of the canyon down to the bottom. We planted both within kind of the drip line of the existing oak stands, as well as tried to plant in the more open areas and see if we could develop techniques that would help us start to fill in these gaps, and use both supplemental watering and also without. And we were able to do this over the course of a couple of years with that funding. But we also were able to use that as an engagement tool to bring in the public and volunteers to help contribute to this effort. And if there's one positive of a fire, it's people's willingness to kind of jump in and contribute. So this example of how that turned out, we actually ended up having pretty good success, more success within the drip line, not surprisingly. But I think over the course of a couple, now we've been monitoring it now for several years out from the project, and it had about 50% survivorship of the oak seedlings that we planted. And now they're at the stage where they sort of escape browsing pressure. So as long as we can kind of continue to keep fire out of the area as much as possible, we hope that we can start to mitigate the impacts of all that management. And like I said, this was through a local area assistance grant with the California Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Yeah, and this is just kind of shows again kind of how these things are laid out. We use these plastic tubes to prevent deer browse, and then when we plant the acorns themselves, we use little gopher baskets and plant from the acorns that we collect locally. And that's proved to be a very successful approach to getting establishment of oak seedlings. And then just as we go, it's just a matter of kind of continual maintenance to monitor the recovery of these areas. So we continue to maintain some of these areas, have continued to monitor their success, but we also have been using this approach in other areas that have either been impacted by fire or by drought stress to continue to shore up the health and hopefully contribute to the long-term health of our oak woodlands amidst all the challenges that we have. So I will stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks so much, Nathan. It's going to be so cool to see all that stuff in person and put together the, sort of see it with our own eyes. Does anyone have any questions for Nathan? Feel free to just drop those into the Q&A box. Oh, Randall Oliver asks, any impression of the impact of fire on GSOB?
Yeah, unfortunately, not much. I think because of the oaks themselves are pretty, except in the case where we had like large infested oaks that were felled by the fire, that, like I mentioned, the ones that are kind of already a little bit compromised that burn up from the inside. When those came down, we did try to, cut those up and remove them. But most of the oaks that are kind of like, medium aged, they're healthy, do pretty well, are very resilient with fire. And then the seedlings that we lose, obviously are not at the stage where they're going to be infested. But I think the bark is thick enough and the fires burn through quickly enough that we don't have any indication that they really changed, that they would have knocked the GSOB population back. I think they're able to, because they're already at that stage, basically overwintering, and I think they're able to weather it pretty well.
Adrian Poloni asks, what insecticides were used for the treatments?
So we did experiment in the first couple of years with both injectable, systemic, which at the time we abandoned because the way it was applied it wasn't applied very well, and so it created some issues with canker. But we did use then a systemic, like a contact systemic, but we sort of felt that with the drought conditions up there, that uptake was probably not great. So we've experimented with, had good success with carbaryl, and that's what we've stuck with. We've been doing annual applications of carbaryl. I should mention one thing I meant to say I didn't, was that as we've gone on and we've expanded the area over which we're spraying to kind of, really get a handle on the infestation, we've changed our monitoring approach a little bit, where we're focusing more on high priority areas like the edges of the infestation, previously uninfested areas that we might be concerned about, and just make sure we can, get on top of anything if there's a newly infested tree that pops up. We're also hoping to have some conversations with our partners about maybe altering the timing of spraying, and instead of having like an annual spray event, look at maybe a 2 to 3 year interval, just because we know there are some non-target impacts that we want to be mindful of. We also don't want to lose, the progress that we've made, but we've seen some evidence that there may be, like, just anecdotally, we know there's some impacts on, beetles, obviously, and potentially even salamanders and stuff that are in the area. So we'd like to do some more focused monitoring there, and maybe try to see if we can find kind of a middle ground for continued treatment.
Great. This is not a question, but just a quick, Mark Porter requests, can you put Nathan's contact info back up? So like your
Sure.
last slide or anything like that.
Pretty easy to find too. So.
And then there's another question from Neil Meyer. Did you also try seedling plantings?
We didn't in Weir for this project, just because our past experience with some restoration, some trials we've done showed that planting from acorns had the highest success rate. That said, we are using seedlings for some of our other enhancement work, and it's been a nice tool where we are able to grow the seedlings out in our nurseries, and then those provide stewardship and engagement opportunities with the public to then take those seedlings and plant them in areas. And so we are doing that and having some good success as well. But for this particular project that I presented on, we really just did from acorns, but we are using seedlings in other contexts.
Another question from anonymous attendee. I might have missed this, but how big of a buffer around the brood trees do you spray?
Oh, I think I'm going to get it confused, and maybe Aaron or somebody who's on the call can remind me. I think we chose 100-meter buffer around infested trees. So, and that's kind of how we created those spray polygons. And right now we're spraying about 3,000 oaks each year, give or take. So it covers a pretty big area, but we haven't seen any movement outside of that kind of known infestation zone for several years.
Very cool. Any other questions? How much does it cost to spray per tree?
Is Aaron on? I don't know if she can chime in.
Oh yes, Aaron just talked into the Q&A. She says yes, 100 feet is correct.
Okay, 100 feet. Okay. And I think at one point it was around, like, early days was like $14 a tree. Now I think it's higher. It's probably close to like 25. I don't know if Aaron may have that number as well.
Yes, she says in the Q&A, Aaron, you're also welcome to chat in the regular chat box if it's easier. She says, yes, last year was $19 a tree.
So there you go. So I think, overall, we've estimated our monitoring and treatment costs for that area. It's around 75,000, I think, right now. So it's not, obviously we know this is not a cheap problem. It's why it's such a big priority.
All right, are there any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, Nathan, for that really cool talk. And we're looking forward to seeing you, or possibly just Aaron, or maybe you as well, next week on
I'll
our
be
field
there.
day.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
So
Awesome.
we're gonna have the whole team out to show you all around. So we're excited. Weir's a very interesting, special place, and so we're it'll be great to have you all out there next week.
Oh, super. Looking forward to it. All right, then I guess in that case, we're quite a bit ahead of schedule. So you guys will be lucky after Vilius's talk. That'll be it. So our last talk is being given by Vilius Zukauskas, who is a forester with the U.S. Forest Service. And he's going to be talking about GSOB management in U.S. National Forest Service lands. So Vilius, if you are ready to go, then you are more than welcome to begin. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Can you hear me?
Crystal.
Oh, perfect. My video isn't working.
Give that a try. I've invited you
Okay,
to
wait.
start your video.
Start my video. Okay, I am sharing screen. How is everybody doing? It is not quite 2:50. It looks like we still have some participants here. We only lost a handful of them. So that's cool. I promise it won't take too long. I can't see myself though.
Oh no, we can see you. You're all
Cool.
good.
Okay, great. So yeah, this is our next project. Is going to be known as MARA, which is a way to manage gold-spotted oak borer across at-risk areas, which is generally going to encompass the entire part of the western part of the Angeles National Forest, and a little bit part of the Los Padres that we manage, which is from the I-5 corridor up to like Highway 138, and then down across the 14, this little section over here. This is a very large map because it's a very large area. Basically, we have multiple habitats, multiple ecosystems here. Basically, we have canyon live oak down in all of the drainages, and then comes up to these black oak stands that are up in the higher elevations. Across there we have a lot of canyon live oak, a little bit of blue oak and valley oak here and there, but mostly it's the coast live and the black oak that are the main host species for these critters. So we found ourselves here. What was that, in like 2018? We had an outbreak in Green Valley, and now we're finding one down in Bouquet Canyon. You guys aren't very familiar with these areas probably, but they're on this eastern side here. The two outbreaks here have little to do with one another too. We believe that the wood was brought there by people, of course, from two separate locations. So we find ourselves with something unprecedented, so we have to set the precedent for it. You have a non-native pest, and these things are going to need management. So, we brought them here, and we have to help the oaks out as much as we can. A lack of an effective strategy or management plan is devastating to the oak populations. So this sort of management plan will help us stay ahead of the insect. You tend to, the insect doesn't really up and waits for us to set our plans in place. So being able to hit the ground running is what we need to do here, and setting a long-term goal to prevent the spread of the insect to other areas and keeping the population in check is the main objective. We do have very good success with management. Up in the Green Valley area, we have been spraying carbaryl there and doing removals. And we're finding that with the carbaryl applications and the removals of the large amplifier trees, has really kept that population in check and has helped us to save. We'll just keep that area still green and saving some of our larger diameter trees. Maintaining the critical oak component of the Angelus and to preserve the resilience of the oak stands is another one of our main goals here. And it's good for us to keep a good management in place so we can so we can have a rapid response and initiate as quickly as we can in order to combat this. You know, we need oaks. Everybody loves oaks. It's a huge part of our forest here. So what do? So we have treatments designed to reduce the spread of gold-spotted oak borer by focusing on prevention and response to areas of risk. We checked out all the factors, took a lot of things into consideration. Basically, location and accessibility, climate and hosts, the range, accessibility, sensitive aquatic areas, and feasible size of the project to focus on the treatments. And what are the goals? To protect our high-value trees and developed high-use areas of the forest. Primarily, we're going to have gold-spotted oak borer appear in places where there's going to be some sort of human involvement. So those are the areas of our primary focus. And to protect the safety of visitors from hazard trees and to achieve goals, of course, in a cost-effective manner. So the big question was, what's a high-value tree? So we came up with this definition of any oak tree greater than 15 inches in diameter or in dBH that provides ecological or biological advantages to an area, like shade, aesthetics, nesting, roosting, and acorn mass for wildlife. That if it were to be removed from the landscape, would be infeasible to replace in kind and would become a hazard if the tree were to die. So based off of that definition, we can focus on those trees of like high value, which are really irreplaceable. The goal is to, the word on this, all of our presenters was the trees are to live for 100 years and die for 100 years. So GSOB makes them die in 6 months. So we want to try to prevent that. So we have 3 tiers of our system here. You saw on the previous map that was large. This is just a smaller clip of it. This is in an area known as Oak Flat Campground, which surprisingly is flat and full of oaks. Here we can find pretty much every species of oak tree that we have. And it's a really great spot for GSOB to show up. Everything's here. We have Coast Live, Valley, Blue Oak, and Canyon Live Oak there too, and some Valley Oaks too, but on the outskirts. There's also multiple uses here. There's a campground and a fire station and a Boy Scout camp, and there's just a lot of activity in there. So this is primarily like a tier 1 location, which says our area, tier 1 is defined as areas on the Angelus that have high value trees that would merit single tree protection management action, mainly chemical treatments, and are in primary and direct contact with human activity, high value trees provide aesthetic value and impact public visitation, and are directly responsible for the definition and use of the site. Campgrounds, rec residences, recreation sites, administrative sites, and other location where there is no component used by humans. Those will be classified as tier 1. So you'll have your tier 1 here, which will just be like all in the green, and then your tier 2 will come out as in this orange. That's the 500-foot buffer there from the road. Now, these areas these distances are approximate. But we think that the new management plan will be able to encompass a lot of areas right off the bat where we could find GSOB present and deal with it accordingly. Tier 2 areas around the Angeles have an oak component that are in close association with accessible roads and within 500 feet of the center line of the road. Areas that are known to be accessible and have been included beyond this measurement. There are approximately 3,870 acres in Tier 2 category across the management area and can easily be accessed and monitored. Tier 2 will probably not have, that's going to be sort of like an overspill thing. I mean, primarily GSOB is going to be found in like our Tier 1 areas. So what treatments do we have in place or set up for the tiers? We have chemical treatments, direct control, and thinning and prescribed fires. Chemical treatments, including spraying and insecticides, will be focused primarily on the high-value trees. Direct control options, which we've had really good results with, is the cutting of the trees and properly managing the cut wood, meaning grinding them to less than 3 inches particle in size, and thinnings and prescribed fires. To manage vegetation to improve forest health, areas identified for treatment will be selected based on stand condition and the potential for treatments to improve retention of tree health and resiliency. I know there's research being done in the whole prescribed fire thing. We don't have any sort of solid data quite just yet, but I think that things are going to be coming up sometime in the near future. Tier 2 options are just basically eliminates the chemical aspect of everything. Keeps it in the direct control with the cutting and the thinning and the potential for prescribed fire use in the future. And then monitoring. Oh no. Okay, monitoring. That's going to be pretty much our main responsibility of the Tier 3 is to have some sort of a control group out there, and we can compare the baseline information with post-treatment information, determine the effectiveness of all of our treatments, possibly provide adaptive management based on unanticipated effects, and monitor the restoration of the treated sites. So that is our new management plan in a nutshell. That's going to go across the entire forest pretty much. And that was really, really quick. Does anybody have any questions?
Thanks so much, Vilius.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any questions about Forest Service Management Plan? Anything on the ground that Vilius has seen? Anything like that? Actually, I have a question, Vilius, if that's okay. Would you pull that map back up, the different tier map?
No. Yeah. How's that?
Oh, that's great. So if I'm understanding correctly, every potential oak woodland or area with oaks or potential hosts is included in one of the tiers, right? So it's
Yes.
and every area that has an oak growing in it either is assigned Tier 1, 2, or 3. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just surprised that there's so little. I guess it must be a lot of chaparral and stuff like that.
Yeah, surprisingly, it is a lot of chaparral. It also has to do with like distance to the roads also. Like I guess these are, all these areas that are pretty much up in the drainages and stuff. I mean, accessibility is like a huge part of that too. So there could be like really quality host species in there that are just, really inaccessible.
Right. That makes
so
sense.
we're focusing everything up on the high country in here. And I know it's we do have a lot of chaparral on the forest.
Here's another.
There's pines also. There's pine stands, but.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another question from Neil Meyer. It's a big job. Do you struggle with manpower?
Yeah, we do. This is why we're setting up this system here, so we could just be ahead of the curve and then not really get lost or let the beetle escape from us. Yeah, manpower is a struggle, you know. It's a large area and there's only a couple of us. So, but we're doing the best we can with what we got. And we actually have a lot of help from our buddies. You know, we have CALFIRE, and LA County is on our side too. You know, so we lean on each other a lot and help each other out as much as we can.
Any other questions for Vilius? Or for that matter, for any of the other speakers? Because it looks like we've got quite a little bit of extra time here at the end. And it looks like almost all of our speakers are still logged into the webinar. So if you had any burning questions that anybody you weren't able to ask of anyone, now's the time. Oh, I see someone had their hand up, but then yeah, Mark Porter, you have your hand up? Oh, Jolene says, great work, everyone. Thanks, Jolene. Mark, would you like to put your question into the Q&A and we can get it answered for you? Adrian Poloni asks, for Nathan Gregory, what observations/data are recorded every year at Weir Canyon? And Nathan, please feel free to turn on your camera and hop back on if you like.
Yeah, so I'm less on the ground than I used to be, and we can certainly talk about this in the field trip next week. But generally, when it started out, the main thing that we're focusing on is, you know, as much as people can see for the, you know, greater than or equal to 10 dBH, either branches or trunks, it's counting the number of holes. And so, like I said, each year we would spray the number of holes that were counted. And so anything, you know, new that was detected the next year, we would assume was a new emergence. We also kind of were doing, it's less important now, but we're kind of doing some qualitative health measures, looking at canopy cover as a sign of distress or disease. I don't remember, I'm not sure we're doing like individual like size of the trees, but the other piece was also looking for any evidence of like partial emergencies, so like dead GSOB in the hole, that kind of things that would indicate that, you know, the carbon was having impact either as they were coming out or going in. But that's, you know, that's a lot harder to catch. So those are kind of a little bit more of an anecdotal thing. But the primary thing was the number of new holes and just some general health assessment stuff. And then the early days, we were classifying them by severity, but that ended up being kind of less useful, like these broad categories. It really, once you kind of hit on the 10 new hole criteria for removals, that was just a lot more useful. And that was partly just an effect of the ongoing effectiveness of the carbon, the impacts of the carbon, that we didn't really need to kind of triage like we were in the first couple of years.
Aaron Andreata also mentions that currently we're assessing crown thinning and new exit holes.
Yeah,
Neil,
we have been working a little bit with a researcher at UC Santa Barbara who's been starting to use drones and working with us to sort of see if we can detect, you know, signs of dieback and things like that using aerial imagery. So Weir's kind of one of the test cases for that, and that'll be really, I think, a useful tool in the future when we're talking about you know, surveying broader stretches of woodland that we just can't access on foot.
here's another question, which I believe is for Vilius. Are there penalties or fines to deter firewood movement?
Currently, no. There are no fines or penalties. It's unfortunate. We do have being Californians, we do have the ag inspection stations, which put a stop to a lot of the wood imports. And they check it. They check them pretty good. They do a really good job, actually. There was a report like a year or two ago where they stopped. I think they busted a guy who was bringing in a bunch of emerald ash borer. They had a bunch of ash logs, which actually had living insects in it. So that's about it. It's education, and there are places that require like our campgrounds require the use of inspected or treated wood. But there's really no way to enforce those sorts of things.
Any other questions? All right, I'll just give it one more minute because sometimes it takes people a while to type. All right, if we have no other questions, then I think we will let you folks go, giving you another half hour back in your day. Please don't forget to fill out our evaluation survey to let us know how this webinar was, what we did great, what we could have done better. Please really make my day by filling out that survey. I'd very much appreciate it. We've also got some additional resources on oak woodland restoration and GSOB management from all of our different partners at CALFIRE, US Forest Service, and more. So go ahead and download that PDF. It's got some clickable links. And please go ahead and fill out that survey. And if you have any questions, any follow-up stuff, and to get the information about the field day, I'll be sending that email out in just a day or two. But if you have any questions, you don't get emails, whatever it is, just hit me up at ajnabors@ucanr.edu, and I'll give you all the intel. Thanks so much to all our presenters. It was really fantastic. And I really appreciate everyone sharing their information and everyone asking so many great questions. And as far as arborist CEUs go, we didn't apply for those in advance, but I'm going to be checking in with my supervisor and we'll figure that out. And if there are, we'll send you folks an email to let you know what the status is. And thanks so much, everyone, for your time, and have a good afternoon.